We'll ask that you use the raise hand function in the Zoom, which is at the bottom of your participants tab or at the bottom of your screen, depending on your setup. *9 if you're participating via landline. Again, *9 will raise your hand and let us know you wish to be recognized. Checking with the clerk to see if we have any hands up. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public comment, and the board will recess to close session, reconvening here in chambers at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, morning. I apologize for that. A little ahead of myself here. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors on our public agenda items. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present, either in room or via Zoom. We'll start with the pledge, and I'll see if our clerk will lead us today in the pledge. Can we get the announcement of the interpreter, please? Wonderful. Do we have any additions or corrections to today's agenda?
Yes, there is a correction to the consent calendar for the Resource Management Agency, and that is to pull item number 44, and that will be brought back at a later time.
Okay, I don't believe we need a vote on that, so I'm just going to go ahead and continue forward into our consent calendar. We have items through 44 today, 18 through 47 actually, and 44 is the item that was requested to be pulled. So are there any additional items members of this board wish to pull from today's consent calendar?
Yes, I am interested in pulling for questions. Items 29, 30, 32, 35, and 39.
Just to reiterate, 29, 30, 32, 35, and 39.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other members of the board wish to pull an item? Okay, then I'm going to turn to the public, see if there's any items that the public wishes to pull from today's consent calendar for comment or questions, and I'll see if anybody in the room has that request first. Seeing none, I'm going to turn to the Zoom. I ask folks that wish to pull an item, please raise your hand. It's at the bottom of your screen or at the bottom of your participants tab. If you're participating via landline, *9 will raise your hand and let us know you wish to be recognized. All right, seeing no hands up, we'll go ahead and bring it back. Supervisor Adams, we'll start with number 29.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm awfully sorry that I didn't have an opportunity to reach out to either John Narici or Dwayne Woods about this item beforehand, but this is a small amount of money. It's $4,000. But what my concern is about this is it's another contract issue that we have at Laguna Seca. And even though it's for a small amount of money, to a small business person, this is a serious issue to be held up and not being paid for something. And I simply bring it forward to see if there was some problem that we had with the contractor itself, that he was not paying subcontractors. I don't know if there's a quick answer to this or not, but it's just, troublesome to me that, a small carpenter is kind of being stiffed by the county in a sense, and I don't like the way that looks. Is there any comment from that, maybe from Mr. Woods, if he's available?
Supervisor Adams, I'll take a stab at it. This is one of the growing pains we've had this year with new management out at Laguna Seca. So I believe the contractor's been paid. The issue is who is the contractor who signs the contract, and all of the contracts out there need to be in the name of the county, unlike previously when SCRAMP was authorized to issue contracts. So we're bringing forward contracts and making them in the name of the county. This one happens to be retroactively, but the contractor's been paid. It was just wasn't properly approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Any additional comments, Mr. Woods? You're on mute.
Sorry. I would also add that it was part of a larger project, which was a flagging project. And during that project, toward the end of it, there was some small work that needed to be done to a flagger station, and it was just on the fly that the folks out there just got the gentleman to come in and do this, unbeknownst that it didn't fall under the larger project. And so this was just a small carpenter work on a flagger station so that they could actually complete a larger project, but it didn't fall under the larger project. So by county code, we had to follow a different process.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips, I see your hand up.
Well, yeah, I mean, I share the concern. I mean, maybe it's something we got to renegotiate out there, but the fact that it has to, a $4,000 contract has to come to the county, and I know how it works then it goes back. If it's not completely right, then it goes to the county council, then it goes back. Maybe we got to sit down and redistribute this contract that we have.
Supervisor Phillips, the reason this is before the board is because it's retroactive. Had this been a timely contract, the CAO's office could execute it and the board wouldn't have to act. Per the board's request, we're going to be looking at some revisions to our contracting process, so some of these things can be delegated and to staff, and things don't necessarily need to come back to the board. But that's why this one's here, is that it's retroactive to last May.
Thank you, Les. Any other questions, Supervisor Adams?
No, that's not on that one. Thank you.
Great. Then we'll head into item 30.
Thank you. My favorite. Thank you again. My favorite top topic, cannabis assignment account. And I know that this is $335,000 from the cannabis assignment account for work on COVID-related work with the creative company. And I'm just wondering, the comment was that the cannabis assignment account would be reimbursed if additional federal funding became available. And I guess my question is the cannabis assignment account in line behind others to be reimbursed, or is this something that is really realistic? Would the cannabis assignment account actually get this reimbursement?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Supervisor Adams, to answer your question, perhaps the report could have been a little clearer. What we would do if there's another round of CARES Act funding, let's say, we would come back to the board and substitute that funding source for the cannabis assignment fund. Any money that had already been spent out of the cannabis fund on TMD related work, let's say a month or two into the fiscal year, that I don't think we could substitute CARES Act funding for that money that's already been expended. We would substitute the funding source going forward if we had the opportunity to do that.
So then should I assume from what you've just said that if we continue forward, that this money automatically will come out of the cannabis account?
If there's no additional funding provided by the federal government, yes, it would come out of the cannabis account.
And if I could add in, Supervisor, in addition to potentially new CARES Act money or any monies like that, we will put in for reimbursement for all expenses that the county had in relation to COVID-19, as far as, from the federal government, from FEMA, and any other sources that we might find. And so if there's additional CARES Act money or something like that to come forward that we can use for this contract or any other contract, we will do that. It isn't that the cannabis fund would be ahead or behind any other funds. It would just that whatever uses we made of cannabis funding to help with COVID-19, we would put in for reimbursement. If we get it, it would get paid back to the cannabis fund.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We will seek reimbursement for this when the time comes. Yes.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, though. This is not ongoing funding out of the cannabis account, because I don't recall that we had that discussion. I thought this was one-time funding for this as well.
This is a limited term contract that goes until the end of May of 2021.
So when we were to renegotiate the contract, then it would come back and we would determine whether it could come from contingency or any place else before we would automatically come to cannabis, correct?
I'm not sure I'm understanding that question, Supervisor.
So where would the funding come when the contract is renewed? From where would the funding come?
If you approve the contract today, the funding will come from the Cannabis Assignment Fund. And that contract will run until the end, and that funding source and that contract, absent any changes in funding or whatever we get from the federal government, will run through the end of May of 2021.
And then, and on June 1, 2021, will the contract?
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
On June 1st, 2021, unless there's another contract issued, that contract will end and that funding source will end. We will seek reimbursement, as Charles said, from FEMA for any costs related to the pandemic, and whether we get the money reimbursed or not, we don't know yet at this point in time. That's conjectural.
Okay, but the money could, June 1, could come from contingency as opposed to coming from cannabis.
If the board
or someplace else.
If the board opted to issue another contract on June 1st with TMD, the board would have to determine where the funding source would come from.
Okay.
Cannabis, contingency, somewhere else, you know.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much for that clarification.
Any questions from other board members? Okay, Supervisor Adams, back to you for 32.
Thank you. I feel like I'm really being a nuisance today, and forgive me for that. So this is an ergonomics extension of a contract, or addition to a contract, adding another $50,000 to an ergonomics contract. And I'm just wondering how does the ergonomics contract work in a remote work environment? Since most of the employees now are working remotely, it says that the board report also indicated that the RFP process and new contracts are still on hold due to COVID-19. Why do we need to put an additional $50,000 into this now?
Supervisor Adams, there are people in the workplace that need ergonomic evaluations for their workstations. In addition, we do remote ergonomic evaluations for people that are working at home. So these are still necessary services. This is a short extension so that we can develop a request for proposals for ergonomic services going forward. But these services are being used because there are quite a few people in the workplace, actually, as well as the remote ergonomic evaluations that are performed.
So we have used so much that we need to add an additional $50,000 to it now?
Well, that's just an amount not to exceed. It's on an as-used basis. So when the services are provided, then the contractor bills us. So we probably will spend less than 50, but it's just estimated that we might need 50 over the course of the next 6 months.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members on 32? Okay, let's go ahead and head into 35. Supervisor Adams.
Thanks. So this one, I'm just wondering, will changes, this is an MOU with the Monterey County Registered Nurses Association for going backwards April 5th to 2022, August 31, 21. Will changes to this MOU spur changes to the terms with the physician's assistants that we have? I think that in the last 18 months or so, we took action to tie the agreements to each other to ensure parity in pay. And I was just wondering if this action that we're taking will apply to them as well.
One moment, we have HR coming forward to answer that question.
And I'm sorry, Supervisor, to clarify, you asked if it would apply to which group?
I think it's the physician's assistants.
Ms. Hurtado?
Good morning, Chair Lopez, board members. So to answer your question, Supervisor Adams, yes, there was a side letter signed with SEIU. Can you hear me okay? Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. So to answer your question, Supervisor Adams, yes, this will actually trigger a change for the physician assistants. There was a side letter signed with SEIU that will only be for base wages, which is what was tied in that side letter.
Great. So they are tied together then.
Correct.
Thank you very much for that.
Any other supervisors with questions on item 35? All right, seeing no hands, we'll go to item 39. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. And this one, I just wanted to really take an opportunity to thank the elections department for just the excellent job they did adapting and making adjustments to the vote by mail to run such a smooth process under the unique circumstances of the pandemic. And I wanted to congratulate all of the newly elected and the re-elected candidates across so many jurisdictions for your service and to our community. So just thanks to all the candidates, not just the winners, but the poll workers, the voters, for everyone's participation. And I didn't feel that we should have this just kind of slip through under the radar screen, but without taking a chance to really appreciate and honor the work of the elections department for this election. And the amazing turnout in our county was just fantastic. I think in our district, we came close to 90% people voting. And I think the entire county was more than 80% turnout. So really, kudos go to the elections department for handling all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips, I see you unmuted. Did you want to share a comment with us?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Supervisor Alejo, I see your hand up.
No, I just wanted to, just my 2 cents to my colleagues. A lot of these questions could be asked by calling staff directly. That way we don't take too much time on questions that could otherwise be answered by Dwayne Woods or a CEO very easily, just because we're always on a limited time here. And it seemed like we took a lot of time just on these consent items. Thank you.
All right. I just want to, as we wrap up here, talk about 23 and 26 quickly. We have some really cool programs happening, and I wanted to make sure that they don't just disappear from folks' vision. We have some really innovative programs to address COVID in 23 and additional assistance going out through Meals on Wheels with 26 to families in South County who need those, specifically seniors. So just want to make sure those got called out as well. And at this point, I'll see if we have any public comment on all the items that have been recently discussed. We ask that you use the raise hand function. All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion on the consent calendar less item 44, which is being pulled.
Move consent.
Second.
There we go.
All right, I'll take a motion from Alejo and a second from Phillips, and we'll go ahead and get a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you very much. With that, we'll head into our ceremonial resolutions. None of these are being presented today, but there's some key ones here with two long-standing South County mayors leaving office. Just wanted to thank them for their service, and I'll be presenting these to them at a later date. So at this point, I'll see if we have any public comment on the resolutions before us. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And if they don't mind, I'd like to make that motion and see if I could get a second.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second from Phillips. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. With that, we're at appointments, items 7 through 10. Is there any public comment on today's appointments? Seeing no hands going up and nobody in room, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. What's the will of the board?
Move approval.
Second.
Take a motion from Parker, a second from Phillips. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. And with that, we're at other board matters, which begin with board comments. I'm going to go 1 through 5 today. So Supervisor Alejo, you want to kick us off?
If you could come back to me, please.
Absolutely. Supervisor Phillips.
I didn't have much, had a very kind of lonely Thanksgiving at home. I do want to recognize the North County LULAC, who usually has a big dinner for Thanksgiving for our community, and instead they adapted and provided food for the people to take home and share with their family on Thanksgiving. And we're in the process, the North County Fire Department is working hard on trying to raise toys for kids for Christmas, and we're all supportive of that in the North County area. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a couple of comments, mostly on things that are, on the agenda, on the consent calendar. I also wanted to express my appreciation to the Elections Department. They always do. They're always just so organized, and Johnny and Janie on the spot. And this election, had extra maybe challenges. They really found ways to make voting convenient and accessible to people. And in my district in particular, in addition to the usual spots at some of the libraries and city halls and so on, the site at Embassy Suites that was a 24/7 operation really made voting easier. And it's just so well run in our county. I just want to express my appreciation to them, and also to say thank you to everyone who ran for election or re-election, whether they were successful or not. It really is important to have a robust process every few years. So thank you. I also did want to just thank staff and the community for the stipend program that we approved on consent today. This is something that's absolutely critical for many of our workers in the community who are very nervous about staying home when they're sick because they can't afford to lose the wages to support their family. They don't know that, or whether there are paid sick leave benefits for them. They may not have those. And so really making sure that we're providing a stipend for them so they can stay home when they're sick. It's really critical as we get through this coronavirus process. The other thing is, I noticed there were several contracts for using CARES Act money for substance abuse treatment programs, and this and the mental health resources that are available for our community are also critical in this COVID-19 time. Very, very stressful, and finding healthy ways to stay sane is really important. And sometimes we use all the tools that we know, and we still need more. So I'm really appreciative of that funding going to some of our community partners, but also the work of our behavioral health department in really making resources easily available to the community. And then I also just want to briefly congratulate Ruthie Watts on the Human Rights Award nomination, and I'll be at the event on Saturday to also congratulate her. It's well deserved. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Parker. We're going to go to Supervisor Adams next. Supervisor?
Thank you. Just two quick things. On December 3rd at 5:30, we will be hosting the county's 5th webinar on fire recovery. This is going to be focusing on phase 2 of the cleanup process. That part has already gotten started. So this webinar is going to address the debris removal options and what residents need to do in order to participate in this. Monterey County Environmental Health, the County Resource Management Agency, formerly known as, and the Monterey County Office of Emergency Services, Cal OES, and Cal Recycle will all be part of this. And then secondly, on December 8th at 10 o'clock, the Big Sur Byway organization will convene for its second public meeting. And if people are, the meeting of course will be virtual, and if people would like information, they can email my office directly to receive information on how to join the meeting. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, first of all, knowing that we're going into these winter months in the holiday season and perhaps seeing some greater restrictions, I did want to thank the governor yesterday for announcing a package to provide additional relief for small businesses, including an additional $500 million up to $25,000 grant program that it's not a loan, so it's forgivable. but it's for small businesses, and it'll be distributed, like, I think, starting in early in January through the community development financial institutions. I think that was some money taken from the state reserves that voters approved a few years ago, so that we have funds to provide relief during these types of emergency and drastic situations that we're living through. I know we continue to hear the struggles of a lot of small businesses all throughout Monterey County, and we've stepped up to provide our own program and some additional funds from cannabis at our last meeting. But this additional money couldn't come any sooner because we know that with the greater restrictions and the cold weather, that a lot of our restaurants and other small businesses are going to struggle even more. So I just want to acknowledge that, but also thank the state for stepping up and providing additional resources to local communities. I also wanted to just thank our state superintendent for inviting me to speak the Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays ago, before the Instructional Quality Commission on the Ethnic Studies curriculum. That is coming along very nicely. The IQC approved this latest version that has gone through a lot of public scrutiny and review. But now it heads after a 45-day public comment period. It'll be before the State Board of Education, and for final approval in March 2021. It'll be the first state model ethnic studies curriculum in the nation, 52 years after ethnic studies was created at San Francisco State and UC Berkeley. So I wanted to commend the work that was done, and I'm glad that the work created by my legislation is moving forward very well. So I appreciate that. And lastly, I just want to also mention that I was able to participate out of 4 out of 5 press conferences that were done throughout the state in regards to the vacancy in the United States Senate, a decision that our governor is going to have to make in the coming weeks. It's an important one, but we're just weighing in and providing a voice for diversity and those appointments into the highest levels of office in our state. And I appreciate a lot of the different Latino community leaders and organizations coming out and providing a voice for this community that has never been able to serve in that position in the 170 years history of California. So with that, thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I have a couple comments here I want to make just quickly. The first is just thank you to the community, from the food bank to the Interfaith Alliance and small groups like Front Street and Soledad, which is just an informal Facebook group. I saw so many out there fighting to put together resources to distribute to our community for Thanksgiving to make sure that everybody had food on the table, and it was extremely humbling, and I just want to say thank you to every one of them. I was able to participate in several of those distributions with my staff and also alongside folks like Carrie Varney from TNA, who invited me to pass out meals the night before Thanksgiving at the LDS Church in North Salinas. And it was just an incredibly rewarding experience to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with people, 6 feet apart, shoulder to shoulder, making sure that we got those meals distributed to families in need. And I also want to thank our staff all the way up to Thanksgiving. The park staff did an incredible job of operating some community meetings for Prop 68 funding to look at how we can make our parks better fit our community needs. And I think that's true of all the public servants who work for Monterey County. You know, there's no day off, and they worked all the way up until Thanksgiving to make sure that our community voices were heard in that process. And also, as part of that, I want to thank Randy Ishii and his team at Public Works during this holiday. Even with the rough times that we're all going through, his folks were responding to critical issues with road problems down near Gonzales. They were quick to answer the call, and within an hour they were on site replacing some steel that was bouncing on a bridge in Gonzales, and it was greatly appreciated that they were on hand and willing to show up for our community so quickly. I did want to share that we're going to have a mask distribution this Friday in Greenfield. These are going to be cloth masks, reusable masks. We have some incredible partners on that, including the MCCVB, who has donated some masks with artwork from local artists that will be distributed alongside our Assemblymember Rivas, who is going to donate about 5,000 cloth masks. It's going to be a significant giveaway, trying to make sure that our communities have the tools they need to stay safe during this incredible winter, which is impacting so many of us through this pandemic. lastly, I just wanted to remind folks that we are here meeting on a Tuesday, which is known as Giving Tuesday. And the Monterey County Weekly has started their Monterey County Gives program as well. I know we have our own internally, but I know so many incredible programs that are operating their fundraising through the MC Gives program. And as part of that, there's an opportunity to leverage your dollars. So as we come into the end of this year and you feel the drive to donate, to give back to our community and to those in need, I just want to point out that there's so many deserving groups there, and I hope that you'll take some time to make your dollar go a little further with some of those matching grants. I've participated by providing some of those matching grants on behalf of First Five with other members on this board, and so just thank you all so much for your contributions, and we look forward to making sure that our community continues to come out ahead. And with that, I'm going to turn to the CAO for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have any referrals this week to announce, but I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for their leadership in helping the process of the reorganization of the Resource Management Agency. And of course, I really want to thank the dedication and service of all the Resource Management Agency employees as we as we work through the process of creating the two new departments of Housing and Community Development and what will be Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. Yesterday was the first day of the new departments, and it's been a really good collaborative effort to get to this point. And I'm looking forward to the leadership of Carl Holm and Randy Ishii in leading those departments, and the great staff that they have. In allowing them now to focus on what's within their departments. I look forward to the great success that the employees in those departments will bring to Monterey County.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. With that, we've come to the portion of our agenda where the public has the opportunity to make comment on items not on today's agenda. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to share their comments with this board. Again, this is an opportunity to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda. I'm looking at the attendees list via Zoom. I remind folks to please use the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen or at the bottom of your participants tab. If participating via landline, we ask that you punch *9 in order to be recognized. Seeing nobody coming forward in room and no hands up via the Zoom, we will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back. Supervisor Adams, your hand just went up. Was that?
Yes, thanks very much. Just regarding an item in the referrals regarding the short-term rentals, the comment is that it would be coming back in February or March. And I'd like to request, if it's possible, for us to have this on the agendized for the very first meeting in February. We've got to get this done. And I think having a vague date is not the way that we're going to be able to do it. So I'm just making a request that we would place the short-term rental ordinance on the first agenda for February. Thank you for your consideration of that.
So we have a referral coming. It'll come next week, I believe, and we can make some direction then if you want, and we'll look forward to getting this scheduled timely.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this point, we're going to head into our scheduled matters, which begin with a public hearing to consider adopting a mitigated neg deck and mitigated monitoring and report plan for multiple pending applications requesting entitlements to cultivate and process cannabis located at 45 sites throughout the Salinas Valley. We're going to turn to Craig Spencer for that presentation. Mr. Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Supervisors. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I'm here to present the multiple site cannabis initial study and mitigated negative declaration for your consideration. The project includes, again, an initial study and mitigated negative declaration for 45 different sites in the Salinas vicinity. The action would also include adoption of a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan and acceptance of a checklist that would be prepared for individual sites through the permitting process for each application that's covered by this initial study. Just a little background on this item. The California Environmental Quality Act requires consideration of cumulative effects of projects which are the impacts of successive projects of the same type in the same area over time. Of note there is that cumulative impacts that can disqualify individual projects from being subject to a categorical exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. So when the county RMA at the time began the cannabis program and processing of permits, we did process 13 applications for cannabis and exempted those from environmental review. As more applications came in, approximately 70 at today's time, and we identified some increases to traffic and energy demands that were occurring in the vicinity of more concentrated cannabis areas where our greenhouses exist. And we're following the CEQA requirements to prepare the cumulative analysis and the environmental review needed to identify what the cumulative impact of consideration of all 70 applications would be under the California Environmental Quality Act. As part of that determination, 45 cannabis applicants agreed to help fund the preparation of the study that identified and analyzed the cumulative effects. A draft initial study was prepared under contract with those applicants and submitted to the county for review. County staff has reviewed and revised the initial study to reflect the county's independent judgment. The initial study identified potential impacts to traffic, and mitigation measures were added to address those impacts, which resulted in a less than significant impact on the environment cumulatively with those mitigation measures incorporated. That initial study and mitigated negative declaration was circulated for public review and comment earlier this year. During the comment period, we received 3 comments from other state agencies. The first one was from Cal Cannabis, which is a Department of Food and Agriculture at the state level. They had some questions seeking some clarification in the initial study and also some comments asking for more site-specific information. The Air District, Monterey Bay Air District, provided some comments clarifying what their permit requirements are as it relates to cannabis. And Caltrans provided a comment thanking the county for the traffic analysis that included the state highways in the vicinity. Staff reviewed those comments, and clarifications and amplifications were made to the initial study. Those are reflected in the initial study and mitigated negative declaration attached to the board report. Those clarifications and amplifications addressed the comments and did not require recirculation under CEQA, as it didn't change any of the conclusions within the environmental document. One of the things that we did add in response to comments was the checklist that will provide information for individual projects as they're processed through the planning review and entitlement procedures. So that checklist is intended to establish and reiterate the thresholds that were assumed in the initial study. If any of the thresholds assumed in the initial study are exceeded, additional environmental review may be required. And it also provides, the checklists provide the site-specific information that the state was looking for state licensing purposes, which address the Cal Cannabis comments received. Getting back to the mitigation measures, there was one direct impact identified as part of the traffic analysis. That direct impact was at the intersection of Old Stage Road and Spence Road. It requires improvements to that intersection to install a turn lane. There were also some cumulative impact considerations in the number of trips in the vicinity that were mitigated through payment of the TAMC regional impact fees, as well as fair share contributions towards other intersection and roadway improvements from the cumulative effects of the traffic conditions with past, future, and current traffic in those areas. Of note on the direct impact, as drafted in the initial study, the county would collect fees from the applicants to, and once the fees are collected, improve the intersection. CEQA does require that that direct impacts be mitigated at the time the impact is created. So the county and staff is suggesting that that mitigation measure be revised to include that the applicants or applicant group be required to fund and improve those intersections, and in doing so keep the county out of the process of going through and taking ownership of those intersection improvements, and I'll explain more about that. So on the screen here is a updated estimate of the analysis. So the two options for mitigation of that direct impact include the applicant proposed improvements, which would be done through an encroachment permit with our public works group. If the county were to take ownership of those improvements, we would have to front the cost of those improvements, which adds up to 40% to the total costs, which would then be passed on to each individual applicant, because the county then would have to pay prevailing wages, go through the competitive bid process, and go through the budget committee and all that entails to get that part of the capital improvement funding group. So staff is recommending that the board adopt the initial study with the revised mitigation measure that includes having the applicant's team prepare the improvement plans and take ownership of the improvements for the direct impact. Alternatively, the board could adopt a mitigation monitoring reporting plan that reflects the language that was circulated with the initial study, which would have the county doing those improvements and collecting the fees for those improvements, which again would be at an increased cost to each individual applicant. And staff's recommending that the board accept the checklist that would be prepared for individual project sites. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. I'm going to turn and see if there's any questions from board members. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and we may hear about this in comments, but what have you heard from the cannabis group about whether they are, it sounds like they are interested in having the county take the lead on those intersection improvements. Are they resisting the increased fees to make that happen, or has that changed their thinking about what they prefer, or what are you hearing about their thoughts?
Yes, thank you for that question. We haven't had that specific discussion about the increased costs. We have had a discussion with representatives of the applicants with respect to who takes lead in doing the traffic improvements. The industry representatives do want the county to take lead because there are 45 different applicants involved in this effort, and identifying who would take lead, who would get bids and oversee the contracting and permitting requirements, and any liability that may come out of that proves very problematic for the industry. So they're hoping that the county will do that. I don't know the answer, and I guess we'll hear from them at some point if the increase in costs changes that opinion at all. I would defer that answer to people who may be listening today and commenting.
Thank you.
Okay, see no other hands up at this point. What I want to do is go ahead and turn to the public and see what kind of public input we have on these questions. I'm going to, actually, before we do that, I see a hand up from Randy Ishii. Mr. Ishii, I can't state the full name of your department, so please share that with us as it's new, and any comments you may have.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the board. The name of our new department is the Department of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. And it is a pleasure to be here before your board today. Again, I'm Randy Ishii, the director, and with me today is Chad Alineo, senior civil engineer in charge of the traffic and transportation section, to help answer any questions that the board or public may have regarding the traffic impacts and the traffic mitigation projects. What staff wishes to convey is a note about timing for the board for full consideration. Should the second option be chosen for the county through the department to construct the traffic mitigation on behalf of the applicants, what's noteworthy is that with our county processes, we do have our capital improvement program process, and that involves creating the list of projects over the 5-year period, and then bringing them before the board's subcommittee known as the Capital Improvement Committee in roughly the April timeframe, and then going before the Budget Committee for approval of funding sources, and then before the Planning Commission, and subsequently they are ultimately approved by your board in the approximate June timeframe, in addition to the county budget. So while those are all part of the processes involved to incorporate this unexpected project into that list, that then becomes the actuation mechanism that allows the county to proceed with hiring consultants to finish up the design work, for example, perform any other study work. And then ultimately, we will get to the point of being able to put up the project for public bid. So that's my comment that I wanted to convey to the board for full consideration as it relates to timing before and involved with constructing any capital project.
Thank you, Mr. Ishii. We appreciate that. All right, seeing no hands going up on the board side, again, we'll go to the public here. Ask folks to use the raise hand function. That's at the bottom of your participants tab or at the bottom of your screen, or use *9 if you're participating via landline to be recognized. Again, I see no one in the room coming forward to make public comment on this item, so I'm going to start with the Zoom. The first hand I see up is Jason Redderer. Mr. Redderer, you'll have 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board.
Thank you, Chair Lopez and members of the board. I'm Jason Redderer. I work for JRG Attorneys at Law. Between JRG and Jennifer Rosenthal's firm, we collectively represent all 45 applicants who are part of the CEQA study. We've reviewed the staff report and the resolution and are generally supportive of what we think is a comprehensive analysis of environmental impacts. As staff noted in the report, except for traffic, all impacts would be less than significant. As it relates specifically to traffic, the various cultivation operations would have a direct impact on one intersection, Spence and Old Stage Road, due to increased traffic trips. And to address that impact, Rincon and Rick recommended a mitigation measure that required operations that generated additional trips to the intersection to pay a fair share fee for the cost of those improvements. The total cost of the improvement that Rick identified was about $70,000. I'm not sure, there was a graphic that Craig put up that showed that improvement was $152,000. Not sure where those additional. But in any event, once the applicant paid the fee, the county would undertake.
Give us 1 second, Mr. Redder. We've got a secondary noise line coming in. Is it?
I think it was Craig Spencer's.
Greg? I think your phone was giving us some nice hold music. So I'm going to go ahead and ask Julian to put us back at 1:15. Minute 15 seconds to finish up your comment. We apologize for that intrusion, but please go ahead and continue with your comment, Mr. Redder.
Okay, thank you. So the approach to that was recommended in the initial study avoids the logistical nightmare of coordinating with 45 separate applicants to facilitate what is really the construction of a relatively small scale improvement project. For the reasons set forth in the staff report, and as you heard from Craig, staff's now recommending that the first applicant to obtain the permit be responsible for paying for and constructing the improvement with the promise of reimbursement of other applicants. This is problematic for a number of reasons. The main reason being that the applicants are cannabis cultivators. They're not the typical developers that have experience undertaking infrastructure projects. Moreover, we can't predict which applicant will be first in line. Some applicants are proposing small-scale operations, aren't as well capitalized as others, and couldn't afford to construct the improvement, nor would they have the staff to manage it. So it wouldn't be equitable to saddle a possible small operator with this heavy burden. So we'd ask the board to approve the originally drafted mitigation as opposed to staff's alternative language. One other comment, we would also ask the board to consider funding the improvement with the cannabis business tax. The fund has been tapped for a number of non-cannabis projects, including using $2.1 million to offset the Lake San Antonio operating deficit, $200,000 for the RMA study, and a few others as examples that this board is aware of. The industry is proud to support, helping the county fund these non-cannabis projects, but would also.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ritter. I'm going to go to Eloise Shim next. Eloise, we're going to go ahead and give you 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board.
Okay, thank you. I'm Eloise Shim, and I just wanted to make a couple of comments, and I had a few questions. I understand that this was adopted in terms of the significant environmental impacts, and that the 45 sites are about a total of 700. So I also know that this report includes the water, the air quality, the impact to the aquifer, and that there were 100 applications. My question is that 13, he said 13 were exempted and had been approved. I also noted that the report itself was $250,000, and that the recommended checklist for the applicants and also I couldn't read all of it, but it said that there were inconsistencies in the reporting with regard to employees of these sites, traffic considerations.
Looks like we had a broken connection, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next speaker, Mr. Bob Roach. Mr. Roach, you will be given 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board. You should now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. Bob Roach, representing the Monterey County Cannabis Industry Association. The last-minute changes to the mitigation measure TRA-1 put an unreasonable burden on the first applicant. Who's going to step forward to accept that? Who has that much available capital tie up with no return while they're trying to make all the other improvements to their facilities required by the county? This kind of thinking by staff is not supportive of the industry. These are farmers, not engineers. They have no experience making improvements to the county roadways. That's what the county does. We have a great Department of Public Works, and they're highly qualified for that task. The increase in cost is justified by the expediency of the process. Applicants will fulfill the condition when they pay their fair share. Please remove this roadblock and revert to the original proposal, whereby the county collects the fees and performs the improvements. Make the improvements faster, borrow from the cannabis assignment, begin the project, and repay the fund from the fees collected. I don't understand the staff's comment about the timing. This must be done before new traffic is added. I thought that most of these businesses were in operation already, and they have been for some time. I think we missed that mark already. And I also think you can do this outside of the capital improvement process for the sake of expediency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Next, I have Jennifer Rosenthal. Jennifer, we're going to go ahead and give you 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board. You should now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. This project JRG and my firm collectively, as Jason said, represented 45 applicants. And I want to echo and support everything Jason said in his presentation. And given the limited time, I would like to focus on two very important points. During this process, we were under the impression that the county would be taking on the responsibility and duty of the road improvements that were going to be required. And it wasn't until very late in the game that we learned that they were going to be asking our clients to manage the first road improvement. And just given the scope and effort that both JRG and my firm has had to wrangle and corral these 45 clients, I can't imagine it would be successful for them to take on this responsibly on their own. So I would certainly ask the board to instruct or have the county manage and get bids for the road improvement. Secondly, I think it's very important that we allow or we ask that the county use cannabis funds, the cannabis fund, to pay for this improvement. It would be a very good signal to the county and to the industry that the county is willing to give back to the industry in a time of need, where the industry has funded so many critical social programs for the county where funding wasn't available due to the COVID pandemic. And so we ask that you use funds from the cannabis fund to pay for this first improvement, and the applicants would then pay their fair share through the application process when they go through the RMA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenthal. I see no other hands up, but I see that Eloise's name has reappeared. Eloise, the end of your comments were cut off. I just want to see if you want to raise your hand and finish your comments. I'll give you a second here. We'll put a minute back on the clock for if you want to raise your hand and finish your comments. Not seeing your hand going up, so we're going to go ahead and proceed. I see no additional hands up, so at this point I'm going to bring it back. Joshua Chase, I saw your hand shoot up at the end again. If there's anybody waiting to make a comment, please raise your hand now. Joshua Chase, we're going to go ahead and give you 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board. Mr. Chase, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Sorry about that, Board. This is Joshua Chase. I'm one of the applicants in the CEQA study. And I just have a simple request. Request that we use some of the funds from the Cannabis Mineral Fund and have the county manage the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chase. I do have one more speaker in room. Please come forward. Again, this is regarding this item about cannabis. Please come forward.
Morning. I'm Thelma McIntosh, and I'm here. I represent my son, Terrence Vaughn. He's down at Cielo Vista, and I have a real concern. I'm his relative, the only one that goes down to see about him, of course, his mother. And the girl, when I go down there, you know, they have the lasers.
I'm sorry, but we're on an item regarding cannabis and a mitigated negative declaration. Is this on the topic?
Pardon me?
We're on an item regarding cannabis and a mitigated negative declaration. We already did general public comment.
Oh, you did? Okay. Are you going to be back in the afternoon?
We're back, but we don't do general public comment again in the afternoon. We only do that in the mornings.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So is the clerk of the board open?
They're
over
open.
there?
You can go over and share your comment with them, and they'll make sure to distribute it to the board.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. Bringing it back to the board, I see Supervisor Phillips has his hand up. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I just had a question. How big a project is this? And I know you and other citizens have been working on Spence Road for a major interchange, but I'm having trouble understanding how big is this a $50,000 job, a $200,000 job.
So, we've been, I'll share sort of the community perspective as we've been working on improving all the different intersections through that area. In the larger scope, this is a small project. It is an intersection widening where Spence meets Old Stage. And so in terms of cost, I've seen price estimates from 70 to the new high today of just over $200,000. I think the bigger question is timelines and then how that gets broken out and distributed. I don't know if, Craig, can you give us a little perspective, or Randy, on the scope of the project?
Randy may be able to answer that better than me, Mr. Chair. Craig Spencer again. I think you got it right. This would be a minor widening of that intersection with installation of a left turn and through lane from, I believe, Spence onto Old Stage Road, as well as a right turn lane from Spence onto Old Stage Road. Right now, it's just a two-lane road. This would create a turn lane on this Old Stage at that intersection. So it's a fairly small project. The traffic consultant that was used to prepare the traffic analysis that supported the determinations in the initial study identified the cost at about $70,000. Our public works staff has reviewed that, added some project management costs and prevailing wage requirements. If the county were to take control of that project, it would be more in the $250,000 range.
All right. So in terms of a path forward, I think, looking at this, what I'm supportive of today is continuing forward with the neg deck with the recommendation that we go ahead and take care of this project as a county project funded out of cannabis and recuperate those costs back from applicants as they move forward. I think we have to keep our eye on the bigger prize here, which is, as this gets approved, an additional over 2 million square feet come into productivity, through this process, which are not currently in cultivation. And obviously for us, that's the bigger piece in the long run that we want to help folks get to, so that we can provide more jobs and get additional square footage in, which is obviously what our tax base comes out of. But again, recouping those dollars over time as folks come in to get their permits on that higher cost, which is our actual cost through the process with Randy. I think that's a prudent way forward. That would be my recommendation. But Supervisor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support your scheme there. I think that's a good way to do it, probably. One question I have is the 13 permits that were already granted. Are any of these folks in the same area and essentially contributing to the cumulative impacts? I do think it's important for people to pay for their impacts, and I just wonder, I don't know if legally we can go back to them, but if there were some of the already permitted folks who are also contributing to the traffic flow, is there a way to allow them to participate in helping to pay for the improvements?
Thank you, Supervisor Parker. There are some cannabis cultivation applications that were approved in this vicinity that do contribute to the traffic impacts. They did pay the regional traffic impact fees when they went through, but they weren't subject to the mitigation measures that are being proposed now. If at any point in the future they want to modify or expand their proposal, they would be brought into this program, and the mitigation would apply to them, potentially through some sort of individual CEQA determination on that subsequent permitting process.
Thank you.
Okay. See no other hands up. I'll go ahead and, Supervisor Adams, old school.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I just wanted to be sure that I was really clear on your recommendation, Mr. Chair. But so what the thought is that the county would do the work, we would fix the road essentially, and we would take the funding for that from the cannabis assignment account. And then the industry would be required to pay the full amount of the cost back to us. And then that money would be reimbursed to the cannabis assignment account. But what I don't understand is how will they be giving the money? How will they be paying back the funding, the $200,000 essentially? How are they going to be able to reimburse the county for that? What's the process that takes?
So I think the actual financial question we can kick to staff, but in terms of how much responsibility is allocated, that's all already in the graphs and charts that have been distributed. So we know how much everybody's going to owe as a percentage, but then that question of how it gets routed back to us, I'll turn to either Mr. Spencer or perhaps Mr. Woods could help us out with that answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Parker. That is kind of one of the reasons we had the recommendation we had. We have 45 applications that were a part of the analysis, but no determination's been made on the individual permits for those 45 sites. We do have a spreadsheet that identifies which properties would pay which percentage of the overall costs based on the amount of square footage they're proposing. The danger in the county fronting the costs is if anyone decides not to continue through the permitting process or for some reason doesn't get an approval through the permitting process, they would not be paying their share. And the county would be out that portion of the funding for these improvements. So it's broken up by individual applicant based on their square footage and under the assumption that they get approved and pay the fee as part of the mitigation for their approval.
So is there a timeline within which they need to function so that we know this isn't going to go on for 10 years? Is there some sort of a timeline? Number one question. And number two question, if say two people decide they aren't going to do it, is there any method by which the rest of the landholders then would have to absorb their percentage of the cost?
There is not a method for absorbing costs from others because we don't know which projects are going to move forward and which aren't. And there's also there's a timeline that has been not a specific timeline, but a mandate from what was the RMA to folks who are currently operating in what we call good standing to diligently pursue getting their permits. We intend to process permits for those who are not operating initially and for those permits that are ready to be processed through a decision to get them operating as sort of the first round in permitting. So we hope that will move quickly, but there is a potential that some of the applicants that are currently deemed incomplete decide not to move forward with their permit, and that funding essentially just doesn't get reimbursed to the county if that occurs.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that was where my comment about, even if we construct this and we open the door to those other 2 million square feet, even if half of those get built, at $5 a square foot for 1 million of those, if the rate stays the same, that's $5 million in addition in a year that we're creating opportunity for, versus kicking this back to a group that's, just a coalition that doesn't have the mechanism that we have within the county to move this project through quickly. And so I think that was why I made that portion of the recommendation. And any other questions? Okay, then I'll go ahead and turn my recommendation into a motion. So the motion would be that we move with the recommendation that the county undertake the construction of the project and that we would pull that money from cannabis, that we would approve the neg deck with that understanding that we're going to go out on that higher cost, that it's going to be the cost of the county to construct the project being broken out over the percentages to the applicants to come back to the county's cannabis fund when the project is completed as folks come in for applications.
Second.
All right, so I've got a motion and a second. Supervisor Adams, you had your hand up quickly there. Was there another question?
No, I was simply going to second your motion.
Okay, wonderful. Then let's go ahead and take a roll call vote on that.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. At this point, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and come back for the Big Sur item. We'll be right back at 11:58 to undertake that item. Okay, we're going to go ahead and call this board back. We are reconvened. All members of the board are present, and we will proceed with the presentation regarding the Big Sur Destination Stewardship Plan. And I see Mr. Cronland is going to take the lead here. So, Mr. Cronland, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, good late morning, early afternoon. Board Chair Chris Lopez, Supervisors Mary Adams, Jane Parker, John Phillips, and Louis Alejo. My name is Butch Cronland. I serve as the Executive Director of the Community Association of Big Sur. About a year and a half ago, I approached several of you with the idea of investing a small portion of TOT into an effort to evaluate how visitation is impacting Big Sur and to develop a plan that mitigates for those impacts. The Destination Stewardship Plan has been completed, and each of you have received a hard copy for your reference. Uh-oh. Here we go. There we go. All right, here we go. So today, Destination Stewardship Planning Steering Committee member Ryan Lusinger, Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau Executive Director Rob O'Keefe, and myself will share how the process to develop the plan unfolded, the short and long-term recommendations the plan offers, the initial steps CABS has taken to implement the first recommendations of the plan, and finally, a request for the board to allow CABS to continue leading the collaborative effort to implement the Destination Stewardship Plan. The Destination Stewardship Plan vision, forgive me here, whoop. I'm gonna have to close that out, there we go. Is to protect and preserve the rugged, scenic, natural beauty of Big Sur and its cultural heritage, to benefit the local economy and to foster a welcoming and sustainable community for generations to come. The DSP ensured it was a community-based process and recognized stakeholders across federal and state and county jurisdictions, along with nonprofit organizations and businesses, private landowners, and individual community members within the Big Sur land use area. Over the 12-month project period, we had a lot of meetings. We had 178 small group and individual consultation meetings, 9 large group stakeholder meetings, 131 stakeholder comments were received via our website. We had 345 DSP resident surveys that were submitted to us, including survey responses from members of the Spanish-speaking community. And a 3-week public comment period was included for the draft DSP for people to digest it. And then we took feedback during that 3-week period, and that feedback was integrated back into the final plan. Vital to the development of the plan was the formation of a steering committee that represented diverse stakeholder groups, including business, residents, environmental conservation interests, and local and state government. At this point, I'd like to bring in, if we can get him, Ryan Lusinger. Have we worked out our technical issues? Ryan, are you there?
We're going to bring him over as a panelist here in a second. He should now have the ability to unmute himself.
Okay, I am here. Thanks, Butch. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Great. So I have a few words to say about our DSP steering committee. As you can see, the development of the DSP was fundamentally collaborative, given the volume of meetings mentioned in the previous slide. It's important to note that each and every one of the problems and solutions contained in the plan originated through the input of local residents. And vital to the development of the plan was the formation of a steering committee on which I served, which represented diverse stakeholder groups, including residents, environmental conservation, and local government. So a big thank you goes to the members of the DSP steering committee listed on the slide that you saw a moment ago, all of whom brought a unique viewpoint to the table in our robust discussion about the best path for the DSP.
Terrific, thank you, Ryan. So, oops. Folks, hospitality is the #2 industry in Monterey County behind agriculture. And a significant driver of that industry is the wild and scenic values of Big Sur. Neglecting those values and treating them as an externality to be used without investment in their preservation will ultimately result in damaging the very thing people come to see and experience. So despite man-made and natural disasters like wildfires, a bridge collapse, and road closures due to slides over the last 15 years or so, visitation to Big Sur continues to steadily increase, bringing with it ever-growing management challenges. Many of Big Sur's stakeholders representing government, philanthropy, and the private sector are seeking collaborative solutions to the impacts of visitation. Some community members even demonstrated at Bixby Bridge in order to draw attention to the Big Sur Pledge, a pledge of shared stewardship that folks from around the world who love Big Sur have signed. So the Destination Stewardship Plan is the result of community members and a wide range of stakeholders coming together to create a plan to address visitation. Significant funding for this plan obviously came from Monterey County, but it also was funded by stakeholders from the environmental conservation community, as well as residential and business communities who also contributed. Feedback to the draft plan, while overwhelmingly positive, has also undergone some healthy critiquing, which I think is necessary for such an important undertaking. So at this point, I'd like to bring back Ryan in regarding the recommendation portions of the DSP. Ryan?
The DSP provides us with a framework to think about the ways in which longstanding issues in Big Sur are interconnected. These recommendations are divided into short-term and long-term recommendations, some of the key ones you saw just a moment ago. And on this slide, there's a variety of things mentioned. I'll highlight a few. Development of a green pass system, which could be used to fund recommendations in the plan is one. Visitor count data collection, including an annual traffic count, will be greatly helpful, as would be ongoing visitor and resident surveys. There's a piece about improved traffic management with specific recommendations that include reinstating the Pfeiffer Beach shuttle on Sycamore Canyon Road and an associated parking reservation system for Pfeiffer Beach. Additional short-term recommendations include those that you see here. A key recommendation in the report is that in the interest of health and safety, implementing a 12-month pilot program at Bixby Bridge, eliminating parking there while long-term access plan is developed, providing access to bathrooms and trash cans, which are sorely lacking at this point, restricting front country camping during fire season. Significant headway on that item was made through the efforts of CAB's board member Tom Collins and other local residents this summer who gathered data on the prevalence of illegal campfires on South Coast Ridge Road and other dispersed camping areas, which led the U.S. Forest Service to institute an emergency closure of Forest Service roads for the remainder of the 2020 fire season in hopes of avoiding another Sobranes fire. And I should mention that that data collection project led by local residents served as the catalyst for Congressman Panetta's recently introduced Save Our Forest Act, which would provide more boots on the ground management for the 300,000 acres of our county that is currently unmanaged, thus helping prevent another catastrophic wildfire. And on the final slide here, there's mention of long-term actions. These all build on the short-term recommendations that I've described, and the clear sequencing of the plan is an asset to us as we move forward into the implementation stage. I'll turn it back over to Butch.
Terrific. Thank you, Ryan. So, the creation of the Destination Stewardship Plan was a collaborative process, and implementation of the plan's recommendations will be, by design, a collaborative process as well. Pilot projects having to do with the Highway 1 right-of-way will involve vetting and buy-in from agencies like County RMA, Caltrans, the newly formed Big Sur Byways organization, and potential partnerships with like-minded organizations like the Point Lobos Foundation and the Park It Initiative. So at this time, I would be very happy to answer any questions you might have or any commentary that you'd like to direct our way.
Okay. Questions from board members? Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this presentation and all the work that went into this visioning and planning process. I do have a couple of questions. I noticed that there are there are a lot of great ideas in here, but there's no quantification of anything. So I guess I'm wondering, you know, there are no numbers, even though I think the coastal plan has some specific guidance. So my concern is if we don't know what we're talking about in terms of our, you know, what is an amount of residents and visitors that is that achieves the vision of this group and of, you know, and of Big Sur to preserve the, you know, the rugged beauty and so on. How do we know? I mean, there are no numbers saying, well, if we do a reservation process through a green pass, that will mean that we can do this or that. We have this many, you know, visitor serving units available for people to stay overnight, or campground facilities. And, you know, through this such and so process, we're going to be able to, you know, manage that. We have ways to manage the parking, but it's like the ideas are there, but there's nothing quantifying where we're trying to get to and how we're going to manage. So how do we know? How can we build strategies, and then how do we know if we're being successful if there are no numbers attached? Did you have a discussion about that? Is this just sort of a preliminary sense for ideas, and then you'll get more specific as time goes on? What's the thinking there?
Yes, I think so. It's a living document, obviously. I think also there's a couple of important things to know about, and something that our organization is working very hard to correct, which is a lack of hard data. Right now, we don't, the Caltrans is telling us, you know, every time you ask them how many cars go down Highway 1 every year, it's a different number. And I've heard anything from 3.5 million to 6.5 million cars per year, and 1.5 to 2.5 people per car. So there's a lot of blank spots in our knowledge base in terms of what's going on Highway 1. But what we do know, whether or not there's 1 million cars a year or 10 million cars a year going down Highway 1, there are not enough bathrooms to serve even the 1 million. So that's a problem that all of us need to work collaboratively to solve. And so our organization really wants to help with that. And the Green Pass might be one way to be able to finance that. It's clear. One thing that I want to get out there right now, the irony does not leave any of us here that we're talking about limiting or managing tourism when we're in the tail end of a pandemic and there's very little visitation coming to Monterey County, let alone Big Sur. As a matter of fact, our business community, that's why it's the #2 industry, our business communities is struggling mightily. So what we're really looking at is the future. And we know that as soon as the vaccine is readily available, that people are going to want to go to wild and scenic places like Big Sur and visit Monterey County and avail themselves of everything there is to avail themselves for here. And we're not prepared for it yet. Even though we had this moment in time in which to prepare, everyone knows how much energy and effort it takes for an infrastructure project like building a bathroom. So I don't want to get too ambitious Supervisor Parker, I'd be happy to start knocking off some of the low-hanging fruit on these recommendations and see where we get with this project, right? I think also that there's I want to really point up the idea that it's collaborative and that there's other organizations, not just Community Association of Big Sur, but all of the agencies and big landowners like state parks and the Forest Service need to be involved in this as well. And our partners to the north, like Parkett and Point Lobos Foundation. All of us together are going to circle in on the right solution as we go forward.
Thank you. Yes,
so I'll leave it.
Yes, thank you. I get it. But I just think it could be very useful. It's hard to get people to cooperate and collaborate when they don't know what they're aiming for. It seems to me that even the traffic counts that Caltrans has that are different years or whatever could be a good starting place. I think, you know, the unit caps that we know are part of the planning that anyway, I just was, if I were trying to participate in this process, I wouldn't know what I was doing, where I was starting, whether I was successful, if there aren't some kind of numbers. So that was that question. And then another thing is there was mention of the byway organization, and I'm sure I know this has come across our desk here, and I think we took an action to begin setting up a byway organization. But could you tell me what it is? Because I think it was referenced in your report as being a mechanism by which some metering of access could happen. What is the legal or whatever structure that gives that organization certain powers, and what are those? Thank you.
Well, that's a great question in terms of what are the limits of the power of the Byways organization. By the way, I'm vice chair. I serve alongside a whole group of Big Sur people up and down the coast. Our chairwoman is Martha Deal. You know her from the Planning Commission. And so we're still trying to figure out what are the limits of our authorization to be able to affect change really is. We don't know, and I imagine we're going to receive direction both from the county and the Coastal Commission regarding what exactly we have in terms of. I mean, we have no regulatory power, but we can suggest pilot projects, and I sincerely hope that we get to that point at some point during the lifetime of the organization. But its primary goal is to help execute on projects, to approve and promote, and to further the aims of the Coast Highway Management Plan, which was completed in 2004. And that plan had as one of its features the capability of forming just such a byways organization to act as an advisory group to Caltrans, and to work collaboratively, obviously, with the county and the state. So, here's a kind of a hot button issue. During El Nino of '98, there was hundreds of thousands of yards of slide material on Highway 1. And it made sense to some folks in this community to pick a spot in the ocean to be able to dump it, as opposed to pumping greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, hauling it all to marina. And so, there's no good, sometimes there's no good choices. But the byway or the Coast Highway Management Plan posited that to have a test location, a test spot to deal with the spoils, if you will, of rock slides. And to my knowledge, we have yet to really identify it. Maybe a spot's identified, but the program hasn't really started. I would hope that the Byways organization could revive that idea so that we can find a spot where we can put slide material without having to haul it god awful distances and putting all those greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. So that's one example.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands up at this point, I'm going to go to public comment. Oh, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Adams, old school hand up. There you go.
Thank you. Thanks. I couldn't move fast enough for you. Thanks very much for your presentation, Butch. I think you did a great job, and I really appreciate it. I also appreciate my colleagues on the board for supporting the investment from the county TOT to fund the undertaking of the DSP. And I know that the development of this plan was very important to many of the Big Sur community. Not everybody is always happy, but this was an effort that many people participated in and were very proud of the outcome. I think that the county, as the permit issuing agency, will have to be involved in moving a number of the projects that have been identified in the plan forward. But I hope that the Big Sur community will actually feel empowered to take action and move identified solutions forward, because there are many things that the community can do that have been outlined here. And I think it's really important that the community actually show ownership of these items. For any of the areas where people were concerned about things, my belief is that the folks in Big Sur will be able to come together. All of the meetings that you've had already, I think, are really indicative of the community engagement in the entire process of pulling together the DSP. So my hope is that those folks who are somewhat outliers will have an opportunity to voice their concerns so that some of those things can be addressed. My greatest concern, and where I place just the most scrutiny in any area at all, or any effort, is in honoring the Big Sur Local Coastal Program. You know, we have an absolute gold standard for the Big Sur Land Use Plan and the policies that it outlines to protect the Big Sur coast and its coastal viewshed. So those who have expressed concern about feeling like this is going in an opposite direction, I feel that those of us who share my perspective hold the pristine nature of Big Sur and what it has been and forever will be at heart. And that's the most important part of this entire project in my mind. I know that there are some places where people feel we could tighten it up. And my hope is that all of the work that went into putting together that land use plan, work that Karen Strasser-Kaufman, who preceded me on this board many years ago, spent such enormous effort in ensuring that the coast would be protected and that Big Sur would be always honored. My hope is that those thoughts will never be forgotten. And I look at the DSP as working toward those kinds of things. Kate Daniels, who many people on this call and many people in this room, not in this room's empty, but for me, but many people know Kate, and she was instrumental in drafting several important parts of this plan. And I can tell you that from her perspective, I know she is just absolutely wed to ensuring that we handle the problems that we have with tourism and that we do not do anything to mar the ethos of Big Sur. So thank you for letting me make my comments.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Phillips and then over to the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I thank you for the presentation. And I read this some time ago. And there's no question, Big Sur is unique. It's unique because of the road, the single road going through there, but the impacts, and we've seen that. And so trying to come up with something that preserves it so it's safe and usable by the local community, but also other people have an opportunity to do it. So some of the suggestions that are made there are I think are good ones, especially when you consider that so many of the traffic goes down and makes a U-turn and comes back up rather than going through traffic. But there's some issues that have to be dealt with. The lack of bathrooms there, obviously, the traffic issues that build up, especially at certain locations, the Bixby Bridge and other ones. And so I think it's a responsible approach to look at how we can improve it to keep it safe for everybody, but also keep it open for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm going to go, actually, Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to take a quick moment to recognize the work done. Just hearing all those meetings and all the comments and all the process, you can't help but to thank everyone involved on that. I mean, that was a lot of work, and to solicit input on what is not easy in Big Sur. We all know Big Sur is one of the most beautiful places on earth. It attracts visitors from all over the world, but it's also the home of our residents who want some peace and some normalcy and traffic alleviated, not to mention issues with bathrooms and traffic congestion. But I just wanted to really recognize that work, and hopefully this is something to build on in future years. It won't be perfect, but it's a good product, and let's try to keep working with it and make it better in the future. So thank you, everyone in Big Sur who participated, and to our leaders and presenters. Your work is commendable. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm going to go over to Rob O'Keefe next with the Visitors Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Supervisors. I just wanted to throw in a couple of additional comments out there that provide some context for the plan and some things that have taken place prior to and hopefully after the publication of this plan. First, on the plan itself, I think it's important just to clarify that the CVB's role has been essentially as a contract manager to manage the process and the financials associated with the plan. Of course, we work very closely with Butch and others as they develop the plan. And the plan itself is in line with a program we kicked off back in 2015 called Sustainable Moments, which is an initiative that's designed to promote responsible tourism. And it's predicated on the notion that more tourism is not necessarily better. Better tourism is better. And we're very happy to see that some of the ideas that are laid out in the plan are consistent with that belief and consistent with some of the activities we've taken ourselves in the past by what we've done. For example, we were involved in setting up the pilot program for the Pfeiffer Beach shuttle. And by what we've not done, we don't promote heavy tourist areas such as Bixby Bridge or McWay Falls. That's not to say that others don't do that, but we don't. And most of the messaging that we put out when we're talking about visitation is about responsible visitation and how to experience Big Sur in a responsible way. So we're very happy to see what's come out of this plan and very much look forward to how we can play a role in implementing some of the solutions proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I want to ask a question. Looking at the list of participants, I think one piece that was missing for me was the native tribes. I want to know, were they met with? I know they now have a significant amount of land that's been brought home to them, and so I'm just curious, were they part of this process, and what was their interest and stake in terms of the future for the region?
Brian, would you like to speak to that, or shall I? All right.
Go for it, Butch.
Yeah, okay. Board Chair Lopez, we reached out to Tom Nason of the Esalen people, and Tom, we kept him apprised of our process, but Tom was actually too busy to actually meet with us. This was, again, before really the advent of Zoom, where everyone became proficient with Zoom. And Tom was busy either tearing down the Los Padres Dam or working, doing fuel reduction work in a furious way, as I guess his business really picked up. So he was unavailable. We cast about, found a few other folks that were affiliated with the tribe, but we really, I'm going to have to say, we failed at actually bringing somebody in to sit on our steering committee. But we certainly thought deeply about, our, how do I put it, considering Native American viewpoints when we're putting together our plan.
Thank you. I hope that can be corrected in the future to give them a seat at the table and a voice as they're back And they posted a beautiful video this morning that really touched my heart about their return to that particular piece of land in the region.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure that we honor that through this process, knowing that obviously the Native folks were here first, and we should respect that. When I think of Big Sur and my memories down there, the bus service that you talk about, the shuttle service, is one of those that's dear to my heart because that was run by a very close friend of mine who passed away all too young. Weston and I spent a lot of time together, especially in my senior year of high school. We maybe spent a little time that we should have been in the classroom out in the gorge in Big Sur and spending time discovering more of that region than perhaps time would have allowed if we didn't spend a little time outside the classroom enjoying that. But this report has a lot of meaning to a lot of people, and I just want to make sure that as we move forward through this process, because I do believe it's an iterative process, that it's as inclusive as possible, to make sure that we bring in as many voices. And I saw some of the Spanish surveys, and I also had spent a lot of time out there when folks come to visit. We want to show them that region. Obviously, it's what they see I saw the slide that said one third of all pictures of when California is mentioned include the Bixby Bridge coastline, and it's one of those things we love to show off. But I also see who's doing a lot of the work there, and it is a Latino community that continues to be the backbone of our service industry as well. And so making sure we're as inclusive as we go through a lot of these processes, as it will be iterative, is greatly appreciated. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn to the public for public comment. I see a couple hands up, so we'll go ahead and start with Big Sur Kate. We all know Big Sur Kate. We're going to give you 2 minutes to share your comments with this board, and you should now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Okay. First off, I think the report is a great effort. A lot of work went into it. It actually started, as Kathleen Lee will remember, back in May of 2016, and then was stopped intermittently because of the Soberanus fire. So then picked up sometime after that, over a year ago. But from the beginning, my point on this whole plan directly aligns with what Mary said about the point of this is to protect the environment, because without the environment, none of the rest of it matters. The tourists won't come, the industry won't grow, but we have to protect what we have here. And so I started rereading the plan last night with that in mind. And I found one example of why I always had a feeling that this plan was skewed in some fashion. And that was on page 20, where it says a balance of economic, social, and environmental success. I would have worded that the other way around, so that whenever we're talking about what the successes we're looking for, environment is always number one, no matter what else we want to do with the process. And lastly, I just wanted to say that on the survey questions that were put on page 50, upon which all the other recommendations are based, a number of us, at least one board member and two associates, pointed out that these yes and no questions would not result in a accurate reporting. And unfortunately, all of the recommendations are based on those yes and no questions. So that is one concern I have out of that plan. Here's my 2 minutes. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kate, and the pup for his input. We appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and go to Mona Potter next. I see a name, Monta Potter. We're going to go ahead and give you 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board. You should now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Chairperson Lopez and supervisors, thanks for listening to this. I represent a group that is working on some of these issues, and it's named Parkit, P-A-R-K-I-T. And Parkit was funded by the Big Sur Land Trust, Point Lobos Foundation, Big Sur International Marathon, Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District, and each of these is represented on our steering committee, as well as state parks and local community leaders. Actions that we're taking to help solve some of these problems. We have already asked you to ban parking on the east side of Highway 1 outside of Point Lobos. and will be coming back in 2020 or 2021, January, to present this again because it was just a 2-year ban. So we'll ask for your help in banning that permanently, and it's worked very, very well. We've completed preliminary drawings for a parking lot and bathrooms out at Marathon Flats, which is a property owned by California State Parks, and it is intended to be a transportation hub in the Carmel Area State Parks general plan. We're also planning a demonstration shuttle project for summer 2021 to model and substantiate support for a shuttle to start with Carmel to Point Lobos and eventually move down the coast. So as you talk about this, I want you to be aware of this project. We will be seeking funding for the construction and also for the cost of the demonstration project. So I hope to keep this in front of you. And if there are ways you can help, it might be to help with subsidizing the cost of rides for low-income families, support for marketing through the Convention and Visitors Bureau. We don't have a website yet, but I can send you a 2-page information sheet to explain what we're doing. Again, our project is Park It, and my name is Monta Potter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monta. We appreciate your input. I see no other hands up, so I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. And I do want to see if Anastasia Wyatt has anything else she wants to contribute. I did take this entire presentation sort of in reverse order in terms of process, but Anastasia, are you with us, and do you wish to add anything else?
Supervisor Chair Phillips, Lopez, sorry, I did just wanted to make sure that this was approved in FY 1920 by the board to fund the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau with an allocation of $150,000 toward the Big Sur Destination Stewardship Plan. And that was pretty much all I wanted to do, and just make sure that we recognize the board action would be to receive a presentation and provide any direction on implementation from here on out. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. And so with that, I'm going to go back to Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. Thanks. I just had a couple more comments that I wanted to make just to reinforce some of the other comments that have been made. And I just want to be sure that everyone who is looking forward to this plan just must always remember that any group that moves forward with any kind of like a private implementation of the plan, which I know some are worried about, they will still have to be addressed through a public, transparent, and comprehensive process, because any kind of project that is undertaken will have to go through the public process that the county has and that the California Coastal Commission has. So I believe that we are in good and safe hands with this. And when the time is appropriate, I would love to make a motion to receive the report.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I appreciate all the work and the interesting ideas and recommendations that are in this report. I hesitate to call it a plan because there's no quantification. So I think I would really urge the group to go back and really understand what are the unit caps, where are we in achieving those, both residential and visitor serving, really looking at the constraints that are in the coastal plan to understand what is the carrying capacity of this area, so that the strategies, I think, a lot of these strategies do move things in some good directions potentially, but it's hard to prioritize and understand how successful any of them are being if we don't know what we're aiming for. So I think really understanding the constraints very clearly so that we're all working to the same end. The other is, as Mr. O'Keefe said, more doesn't necessarily mean better. I think it would be prudent to institute maybe a 3-year moratorium on specific Big Sur advertising, not just at our local level, but Visit California to be thoughtful about this too, and give us a break. There's enough out there already that I don't think we need to entice people to this particular area, especially because it's been a bit overloved. I think also some of the ideas of limiting access and of course all of this, it's so important to think clearly. And I didn't see, again, there aren't that many specific. As you're putting these things, making them really into plans and actionable steps, really looking at the equity issue and the ability for folks who are not of way above average income to be able to enjoy the beauty of the coast as well. And I think the Green Pass is an interesting concept that can be combined with, as you mentioned, access to, it could be, it would be a parking permit, for instance, in any of the designated parking areas, could be a pre-reservation or a confirmation of reservations for accommodation. I think there are any number of ideas, a lot more specifics that could help us track how many people and also potentially limit how many people are there. And I think obviously the shuttle is a great idea too. I also support Chair Lopez's admonishment or encouragement to make sure that the Native American voice is at the table, because I know that as Big Sur Kate said, if we're talking about protecting the environment, and that's what people said, they want Big Sur protected. And I think, as I say, there's some good ideas here, but really getting specific about what does that mean, and so we can measure how successful we're being. But again, a good start, and I look forward to seeing some more information about how kind of what we're looking for and how these strategies are going to get us to the end that we're striving for. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Parker. Just a thought here in terms of direction moving forward. One thing that I would like to see is us reach out to Caltrans, knowing that we have an interesting spread of statistics on traffic trips through the region. I think getting at least an understanding of how they do their count, and if not, coming to some sort of agreement on what that annual monitoring of traffic counts through the region is, would help us better determine whether or not we're being successful. As many of you know, I love data, and I love to know where we started and where we're going and where we've been. And so I think giving direction to our staff to help facilitate that conversation, being a government agency, and perhaps having this group at the table during that conversation so we're all speaking the same language would be nice. And I think it'd be a good path forward to at least understand where we're starting. And with that, I see Supervisor Adams' hand up, and so I'm going to go back to you to wrap it up.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I feel that that the plan, or whatever term you want to use, has really accomplished what we were hoping for. In my mind, it's like a schematic in a certain sense, with all of these various parts that are in it that touch on many of the things that Supervisor Parker and that you, Supervisor Lopez, as well have brought forward. My belief and my confidence in the people of Big Sur is that those particular areas will be pulled out and worked on. As an example, adding metrics. I think that really is a key thing, working with Caltrans, looking at the visitor serving unit caps, looking at the residential caps, looking at equity issues. I believe that this document will serve as a guide to be able to pull all of these individual parts out and then work towards something that would be measurable and manageable as we move forward. Because I think there's not one of us at all here who isn't conscious of what it is that we have and the responsibility that we have to ensure that we keep Big Sur as it is. I feel that it's an absolute, like a sacred ground in so many ways that we have responsibility to protect. So my goal, my hope, and my belief is that we do have things in place to help protect it through permits, through the Coastal Commission, through the county, through a variety of other places, but that now we can turn back to the community with this destination stewardship idea, plan, whatever term you choose to use, and move forward with some of the suggestions that have been brought today so that we do ensure that we protect it, that we care for it, that we keep the environment at the top, and that we can ensure that the people who come through have an enjoyable and a safe time here in our community. And with that, I would like to make a motion to receive the destination stewardship plan as presented to us.
All right, we've got a motion.
Second.
All right, I'll take a second from Supervisor Phillips, and before we do that, I'm going to turn to council.
Thank you, Supervisors. I don't mean to be overly picky, but I did hear the word moratorium used in the same sentence as advertising, and those types of concepts raise First Amendment issues. So I think efforts to have businesses or organizations voluntarily refrain from advertising is certainly the appropriate way to go. Thank you.
Okay, with that, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. With that, we are done with our morning. Re-adjourn here in chambers at 1:30. We will see you all in 45 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get the camera started here. Welcome everybody back to this meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present, either in room or via Zoom. Can we get the announcement of the interpreter, please?
Miembro Omar Pérez, voy a ser el intérprete durante esta junta directiva.
Thank you, Omar. At this point, we're going to start with our 1:30 scheduled matters, which we begin with our COVID briefing. Mr. Chulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. We have several items to brief the board and the public about this afternoon regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. We are very pleased to be joined by doctors from all 4 of our local hospitals this afternoon, and we'd like to have an update really from their perspectives on the COVID-19 situation. We're joined by Dr. Alan Radner from Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital, Dr. Martha Blum from Community Hospital of Monterey Peninsula, Dr. Robert Balladares from Me Memorial, and Dr. Gary Gray from Natividad Medical Center. When they are done with their discussion, we would welcome Dr. Moreno and Christy Mishi to discuss local and state metrics, and then we'd like to close with a discussion about the new state guidance regarding temporary structures for outdoor business operations. So if we have the doctors from the 4 hospitals in the Zoom room.
I see a couple doctors.
Okay.
I see Dr. Gray, Blum. I don't see Radner, and I don't see Valladares.
Okay.
Okay, we've got Dr. Radner's just been promoted, and I think the only one missing then is Bob Valladares. I don't know if Mr. Walls is going to join this conversation.
Yes, I'm not sure about that either. I believe Dr. Gray is on, as you said earlier. So.
Okay. We're just missing Valladares from me, but at this point, I think we can get started, right?
Okay. So we would invite Dr. Radner, and then Dr. Blum, then Dr. Valladares, and then Dr. Gray in that order. Thank you.
Dr. Radner?
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry. I'm actually at clinic in Natividad, and I had to step outside. That we don't have the greatest reception there, so I apologize. So I just want to begin by thanking you and thanking all the board enormously for allowing us to speak and give a quick update about what's going on at the hospitals. So, many of you are intimately aware, but part of the reason is to get the message out to the community. And the simple message the hospitals really wanted to get out in short term is that over the last few weeks, there's been a dramatic increase in the number of cases of COVID with moderate and severe disease that have required hospitalizations. I think most people in the community frequently look at, or many people in the community frequently look at the total number of cases on a daily basis, which can lag behind. It doesn't necessarily reflect the severity of what we're seeing in the hospital and all the hospitals. And as we've kind of talked about recently, over the last 1 to 2 weeks, there's been a dramatic increase in the number of cases. Historically, the hospitals, even in the worst periods, would have 30 or 40 patients. Right now, we're running close to 80 plus number of patients in the hospitals. I don't have the immediate number, but this morning there were approximately 30 at Natividad, 37 at Memorial, and about 18 to 20 at Chomp, which really gets to a point where we're talking about roughly 20% of our hospital beds, some of the hospitals. So this is a dramatic increase. We're seeing the same increases that they've seen throughout the country and throughout the state. And it's really stressing our capacity, frankly. One of the messages or questions we're often asked is, are there enough beds and are there enough ventilators and equipment? And the message that all of the hospitals want out is that we have plenty. Right now, we're doing fine with respect to beds and equipment. Our rate limiting problem is really staffing. And that really challenges what we're trying to do in providing care for people with severe COVID and for people with other medical problems. So we're really feeling, an enormous challenge right now in trying to maintain services. And then we're very concerned that over the next month to two, the numbers are just going to worsen with the fatigue everyone's experiencing in the holidays and the interactions in the cold weather. And we're really trying to get the message out that this is real, this is serious. People that don't believe this, I wish they could take a tour of our hospital. Most of our people on ventilators are in their 50s, many of whom have no pre-existing medical problems, and the hospitals are really getting stressed right now, and we really, need that message out. I think the other big message, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Blum, is that the demographics have really changed. I mean, early on, we had a lot of seasonal ag workers who were younger, and while we had high numbers, because they were younger, there was fewer hospitalizations. And what we're seeing now is families, a lot of family spread, younger people, and we're seeing the zip codes are changing as well. So we're seeing more and more cases from the peninsula and surrounding areas. And it'll probably take a few weeks for that to be reflected in the demographics that the county puts out, but it's absolutely what we're experiencing. So again, we just, really appreciate all the support by the Board of Supervisors. Want to thank you. And again, we can't convey enough that this is real, this is serious, and this is really compromising healthcare throughout the community. So why don't I turn it over to Dr. Blum, and I'll stop there. And thank you again.
I want to thank the board for inviting me to give you a little bit of a perspective and some on what's going on at Community Hospital. And as Dr. Radner just pointed out, this infection is all over the peninsula. It's affected every zip code. I know that a lot of people are thinking that the peninsula was relatively protected and not quite as affected, but that is not the case anymore. And we do see quite a number of large families with multiple family members sickened by this infection. And the other particular population that we're seeing at Community Hospital are the elderly in their 80s and 90s who live in skilled nursing facilities and in assisted living facilities around the peninsula. Again, these patients are in their 80s and 90s and oftentimes are exposed because of the caregivers that are coming into their facilities and into their homes. Unfortunately, many of them will not end up on ventilators because their families instead will decide that they would prefer to take them home on hospice or allow them to pass peacefully in the hospital. So although people may look at the numbers and think that we don't have as many critically ill patients in our ICU, again, it really just reflects the different type of patient population that we're dealing with here at Community Hospital. We're deeply appreciative of everything and all the messaging that's been coming out of the county and the health department. But unfortunately, what we're seeing is that despite all of our messaging, that it's not really giving us the desired effect and affecting people's behavior in a way that would really get this spread under control. As I've told many people, this virus does not discriminate. This virus will infect anyone and everyone who is unwilling or unable to take the proper precautions to prevent getting themselves exposed and infected. So there's many issues with people being unwilling to heed the message because they simply don't believe it, or they could be unwilling or unable because their own particular circumstance prevents them from being able to isolate because they feel that they need to go to work to provide for their families, and they don't have the capability of just saying, okay, I'll stay home for 2 weeks. So that's been a big issue about helping people, one, understand the message, and two, be able to comply with everything that's being asked of them. And certainly when I speak of seeing this increased number of the very elderly in their 80s and 90s getting infected in their assisted living facilities and skilled nursing facilities, unfortunately, these facilities do not always have the proper equipment and testing that they need to do to quickly identify how many people are really infected in their facility. We hear it over and over again that they just don't have access to do this rapid turnaround testing so that they can properly control it within their facility. So the support for the assisted living and skilled nursing facilities is really not quite what we would need to be to get this under good control. And in general, the contact tracing, the investigations and contact tracing, although we're reaching a large number of people, we don't appear to be able to reach them quickly enough to really have an effect of preventing it from spreading beyond tight clusters. So, we do know that the vaccine is coming, and we've gotten so much good news on the vaccine front, but that's not going to get us out of this for another 6 to 9 months. So, with finally knowing that there's light at the end of the tunnel, we really just need to find a way to really work very quickly in the next few weeks to turn this around and do everything we can to change people's behavior so that we don't become overwhelmed and see more people dying. That's really the concern that we have right now. And the last point I want to make is, although Dr. Radner was telling you some of the numbers from yesterday was about 81, 82, by my count today, I think we're at 97 or 98 hospitalized patients. And these numbers reflect the people who were sick before the Thanksgiving holiday. So all of that transmission and exposure that occurred because of the Thanksgiving holiday is only going to become apparent this week and the next week. And then those people who get hospitalized from getting an infection related to the Thanksgiving holiday will come about 2 weeks later. So as bad as it is today and as rapidly as it's increasing today, we know it's only going to be getting worse. And no matter what measures we take today, even if we went back into a very draconian lockdown, it would take weeks for us to see the flattening of the curve like we did back in March. So indeed, there are some pretty dire days ahead of us. I'm sorry I can't be more positive, but on that, I'll turn it over to the next speaker.
Thank you. We'll go to Dr. Gray next.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and supervisors. Gary Gray from the Natividad. Really don't have much to add to the concerns that were expressed by the other doctors. I certainly agree with them. As mentioned in mid-August, our countywide COVID census was in the 50s, and now we're in the 90s. And when you look at the slope of the curve, I think what's most concerning is that the rate of increase is almost boggles the mind. And so, again, it's not so much a hospital capacity issue. It really goes back to staffing and being able to meet everyone's care needs. I think we are fortunate that all 4 hospitals in our county collaborate and are meeting. Leadership, I believe, is going to start meeting weekly now. I know that kind of our nurse leaders are meeting daily, and I think our house administrative nurses, I think, are checking in twice a day. Again, just so we all understand each other's bed capacity, and we can manage the COVID patients and the most in an efficient process. But I think to echo, I think what Dr. Blum and Dr. Radner said, we really need the community's help to try to tamp this down as much as possible over in the near future. There is light at the end of the tunnel, but it's still a pretty long tunnel. So we just need everyone's help to try to manage the current surge.
Thank you, Dr. Gray. And we'll go to Dr. Valadares from Me Memorial next. Dr. Valadares, we've heard from our 3 other partners about what they're seeing currently in their medical care systems. I'm wondering if you could share with us what things look like down in South County. Oh, you're on mute, Doctor.
Yes, down here in South County, very similar to the first surge in the early spring, we really have not had a large number of patients that has needed to basically have more than just the COVID test in the emergency department or in the clinics. Our current census is 0. We currently run a census of 5 to 10, and that's what we've been running over the last year. And over the last couple weeks, we did have an outbreak in our skilled nursing facility, but we really have not had any inpatients that have had COVID, which has been very different than I know what you guys are seeing at CHOMP and at SVMH and at NMC. So we continue to essentially advertise and say that we have beds here. We recently heard about what's going on in Watsonville, and we recently became a critical access hospital. So we have 25 beds and we can take swing patients. And today we don't have anyone in any of the 25 beds. So it's been very different here. It has not hit nearly as hard as it has in Salinas. We do continue to have patients that test positive in our clinics and in our emergency departments. We do continue to have patients that we need to transfer to a higher level of care, but it really has not been worse than it was in the early spring. And, the burden here is still very low. Like I said, there's no one here currently that is receiving any oxygen or any other form of support, due to COVID.
Thank you, Dr. Valadares. With that, those are the comments from our medical partners. I want to see if we have any questions from board members. Okay, seeing none, I'll turn back to Mr. Chulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while the doctors are still on the line or on the Zoom call, as the board and the public is very well aware, and the board just approved a contract extension this morning with TMD Creative to do the most aggressive messaging that we can devise regarding COVID. And I guess the question really for the doctors would be, is there anything further that they would recommend, understanding the gravity of the situation and the nature of their message beyond what we're doing at the moment?
Thoughts from our medical professional partners?
Yeah, I don't know if Alan was going to speak there or not, but, again, we've done already a lot of messaging, and I was happy to hear in detail yesterday about how much has been going on in terms of messaging. Unfortunately, it hasn't really produced the desired effect of changing people's behavior. So again, it might need sort of a fresh look, not just by doing more messaging, as people may already be fatigued and feel like, oh yeah, I've heard that 1,000 times before, but may need to couple that with some enforcement, or at least the presence of knowing that there may be consequences for people publicly disregarding these basic safety measures, which could be very critical for controlling the spread in the community. And then secondly, just anything we could do to increase the speed with which we can do the contact tracing, or make that a more effective means of controlling the spread in the community. Those would be some sort of high impact things, as well as providing rapid testing support for facilities that are known to have outbreaks within them. Once they're identified, finding like a strike team or something that could get in there the same day to really help quickly find out how many people.
That's what's driving this, because I'm just.
Thank you, Dr. Blum. Dr. Radner, anything to add?
No, I think Martha said it perfectly. I think actually the messaging has been phenomenal. I share Martha's perception in the presentations we've heard over the last few days of what a great job that's coming out of the county from a messaging standpoint. But unfortunately, as we all kind of realize, the numbers are increasing, and despite the great messaging, we still are having enormous problems. And I think this idea of some accountability or some responsibility, being held responsible, probably needs to be considered a little bit more aggressively. And we also feel real strongly that if we can tie testing to actionable results and do meaningful contact tracing, we can really kind of mitigate this significant increase that we're seeing short term. So I think Martha said it perfectly. Leave it at that.
Thank you, Dr. Renner. Dr. Valadares?
I also agree that the messaging has been phenomenal. And I think that if anyone wants to see a very good example as to whether the things that we've been talking about in regards to social distancing works, is to see how different our experience in this rural community is compared to the more populated metro areas. I know that it's a lot easier to socially distance here in a city of 15,000 people and in a hospital with 25 beds. And you know, we're very meticulous with our hand washing, with our mask policies, with our temperature screening. Our contact tracing here is much easier to do just because it's a much smaller population and everyone knows everyone. And I think that it's important that to see where we've had success. And I think that this could also be used in other areas where this is more difficult because, you know, fortunately, King City and Greenfield have not been having nearly the problem that, you know, Los Angeles and San Francisco and Salinas have had. And I think it's because these things, you know, the masks and the social distancing work. The other thing I think in terms of just something that I would suggest to change with messaging is I think that we had better compliance with the public in the early days of the pandemic because of that fear of the unknown. You know, what is this disease? You know, what are the ramifications of this? I think right now people have gotten very complacent and, you know, more see these things as an inconvenience, but especially with the data that's coming out as to the effects that this may have on the body's cardiovascular system, I think it's important to point out that just because you have COVID and you have a good immune system, you're young, it doesn't really affect you now, doesn't mean that there may not be some very you know, damaging long-term effects to your health. And I think that especially to the younger population, that still brings some of that fear that would have people take more precaution.
Thank you, Dr. Valadares. Dr. Gray, any additional thoughts?
You know, again, I think I agree with the three other doctors. I think, you know, we should certainly keep the messaging up. I think it's really hard to extrapolate how messaging actually impacts human behavior. So I think it just speaks, you have to message it a lot in many different ways to try to impact, you know, the kind of the human component. So what message is going to make me change my behavior? It may not be the same for me as it is for everyone else. So I think, you know, I just encourage us all to keep up kind of this broad-based foundational messaging and deliver it in as many ways and venues as we can.
Thank you, Dr. Gray. Mr. Chulos.
Great. Thank you, doctors, all four of you, for speaking with us this afternoon. We greatly appreciate it. Dr. Moreno and Christy Michi would like to give the board and the public an update on state and local metrics and also new guidance which has been issued by the California Department of Public Health. So, Doctor and Christy, if you're on the line.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, members of the board, and the public. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. If this works. Okay, so again, good afternoon, Ed Moreno, Director of Public Health and Monterey County Health Officer. And I'm joined with Christy Michi here this afternoon. I have several parts of the presentation today. I'll start with the data and metrics. This is a graph that shows starting back when the pandemic began in the spring, and we saw an increase in case rates, a similar rise in case rates, although the rise throughout California is more rapid now than it was back in the spring. And we saw a leveling off of the case rate. That is the number of cases per 100,000 through beginning of August. And fortunately, we were able to work our way down. And this, if you recall, this is the period of time when our county and other counties were really trying to implement behaviors countywide that would reduce this transmission. And we were able to reduce transmission. However, in Monterey County, like other counties and across the U.S., there is, again, significant increase in cases up until today, and at this point, the trend appears to be continuing upward. I don't see, unfortunately, at this point, any leveling off of the curve from the data that we've got here today, unfortunately. And this is a graph of the actual number of cases. It looks a lot like the case rate, and it just shows that the numbers, you can see we were down to maybe 300 a week in October. Now we're up to the week ending November 21st, about 900 cases. So the numbers have increased, which is driving up our case rate. It's all an indication of transmission from person to person here in Monterey County. And we're also looking at the hospital census, and you've already gotten a firsthand update from our hospital representatives, so I'll go ahead and pass that by. And this is a new depiction of COVID as it's represented among different populations. I got several slides here, thinking that this might be a different way, another perspective on it. And this is, first slide is supervisors is looking at the proportion of cases each month by region. And we in public health, for convenience and for helping to demonstrate the impact of COVID-19, divide the county into 4 regions. We have North County in blue, the Peninsula and Big Sur region in orange, Salinas in gray, and South County in yellow. And over the last few months, we've seen that, for example, in August, most of the cases were coming from Salinas, this gray area. And by these are proportions, so if you add up each of these, that adds up to 100% of the cases. So the vast majority were in Salinas, followed by South County, and then the Peninsula and North County. And what we've seen is between October and November, there seems to be, there may be a change, a significant change in the proportions, and we're seeing a decrease in the proportion of residents that come from cases that come from South County, maybe a little bit more from Salinas, but also right here, this blue area here, the bar, that's from North County. And so we are seeing what appears to be increasing proportion of cases in North County, among North County residents. This is looking at similarly proportions based on age. And I think what we're seeing is over the last few months, more of the cases, greater proportion are among the pediatric age group, which is less than 18. I believe early on when we had fewer cases, it was mostly adults, symptomatic adults that were being tested. So we've had a much smaller proportion of cases as there were kids. And now with more clinics in the last couple months coming on board with testing and expanding their testing and access to testing, we've got kids being tested, more kids being tested. And some of those examples, just anecdotal examples, would be some of our clinics have basically outdoor evaluation of sick patients, and they can come with their family, their kids in the car, and some of those kids will go ahead and get swabbed if they have any symptoms. They'll get swabbed. So better access for kids from our emergency rooms and our primary care docs. Let's see, moving on. This is a chart looking at race and ethnicity as reported by the person who has COVID-19. And what we see consistently across is that there's a significant proportion of the individuals that have COVID-19 month by month that are identified as Hispanic or Latino. And this is the green area here. What I do have here, and I don't have an explanation, supervisors we'll look into, but it looks like there might be a little bit more representation among Asian and Pacific Islanders. And I can't explain why we don't have an explanation, but it does look like there's a little bit of increase there compared to the summer months. We also do have a decrease in farm workers, which I'll get to in a minute, which might be, and most of farm workers are identified Latino, so that might be playing into this as well. And this is that slide. So this shows this depicts the proportion of cases that identify with a particular type of business sector. So in April and May, we here the blue areas were represent individuals that represent or identify as ag workers, and over the months as the season, the growing season, the harvesting season progressed, we start to see, we know that some of our ag workers are leaving Monterey County, going to other counties, states, and countries to continue to work during the winter season. And now you can see that the proportion of cases in Monterey County that are identified as ag workers has dropped off significantly compared to before. So what we had before is about half of the cases were identifying themselves as ag workers is down to about 10%. So that might also explain why other groups that are not Latino, their proportion may be increasing in Monterey County. So this is just another way, and if it's depicting COVID as it's represented among our entire county, if it's helpful, we can continue, and supervisors would have to take any suggestions later on as to how we might, whether we should continue showing this to you in the public or making some modifications to it. This should be a familiar table, and this we've been tracking since the blueprint for Safer California came out. We've been tracking the adjusted case rate here, which is now 30.7, and I'll show you in a graph in a minute how that's tracked over time. Our test positivity rate is in purple, and HPI lowest quartiles in purple. I do want to just point out what may be obvious to most people, and that is just about every county in the state is now in purple tier or heading into purple tier. And so these metrics, we will continue to track these metrics, but they're not, they don't have the same utility as they had before, because we and other counties are moving further and further from the thresholds to get into less restrictive tiers. And this is the chart that you've seen before, and you can see how far away we and California, for that matter, it's not on here, but California and other counties for that matter are moving away from criteria to move back into less restrictive tiers. And the same goes for the case rate for the entire county, positivity rate for the entire county, and positivity rate for our lowest quartile. So supervisors, how do we, what is the cause of the increased case rates, the numbers, and positivity rates? It is increased transmission among people living and visiting Monterey County. So we really must continue, and I won't belabor the point because you've had a nice presentation by our hospital colleagues, reminding all of us that we need to continue to practice behaviors that reduce transmission. So that's, again, limited or no gatherings, delayed travel, unnecessary travel. We do definitely recognize that there's essential reasons for traveling for work, for example, or school. That does definitely need to continue. Wearing face coverings, as I mentioned, haven't mentioned in recent presentations, but there's this California Department of Public Health is now pointing out that there may be some benefits to the person who's wearing the face covering, not just other people around them. So we still require face coverings when you're out of your house, physical distance, social distancing, and I always ask people to please, when you're visiting a business, please be respectful of the folks at that business when they're trying to promote social distancing and face coverings. Please be respectful. They're really doing, most of them are doing the best they can, and they really could use our support to prevent transmission in those business environments. We'll continue to increase testing. I have an update for you there. And I also have an update for the vaccine distribution. So before I go there, just quickly, Nick did mention that there is new guidance out. There is new guidance with diagrams on the guidance document from the California Department of Public Health that shows in greater detail and with better instruction how businesses, particularly restaurants, can set up outdoor structures that still allow flow of air, natural flow of air through the that part of the establishment to minimize transmission, a risk of transmission for people who are dining outdoors. So your environmental health department has reviewed those, and they are updating their protocols for their inspectors. So when inspectors are out with this new guidance, they can help businesses understand why this guidance has been updated, and the benefit of protecting their employees and protecting their patrons from getting exposed while they're at the restaurants. And also with restaurants, the state separated guidance that was for restaurants into guidance for restaurants and guidance for wineries and tasting rooms that don't serve food, and breweries and pubs that don't serve food. So those are new guidance that are coming out, and our again, your environmental health department folks will be including that outreach and education and guidance document and suggestions to those establishments on how to comply, and again, why it's so important to follow the guidance, again, so that the businesses can reduce the likelihood of spread of COVID-19 virus in the workplace. And finally, there is our recommendations that are coming out, which we'll be reviewing in detail, which highly recommends that our acute care hospitals, general acute care hospitals, implement more frequent screening of staff for COVID-19. There's no change, supervisors, on the number of schools that have an approval for waiver of in-person instruction. And I'll move on to testing. So this is a new graph for you and the public. What we have here, Krista Misha put this together. We have the testing rates over time. And so this is month 11, which is November. Over time, South County had the highest rates of testing throughout this period. There has been a decrease in testing in South County. And then comparing the other regions, we see that all three regions, Peninsula, North County, and Salinas, also had an increase through July, a decrease in August along with South County, but recently Peninsula Big Sur has increased the testing rates, and that is partly due to the putting a new walk-up testing site by OptumServe in Seaside, and also North County can also benefit from that Seaside location, and Salinas has had an increase. And to see that here are the numbers, you can see that specifically the two Optum sites that we have now. In October, we were seeing about 500 and 600 in the two locations. And now we've gone up to, in the last couple of weeks, over 1,000 per week at Salinas. And we still have good numbers per week in Seaside. So a lot more access in the peninsula for testing, and a lot more interest in the last couple of months to be tested. As far as other testing opportunities, we have 2 more free pop-up testing clinics in cooperation with Visiting Nurses Association. The public may still be able to get to the testing today at Greenfield Library from 2 to 6 p.m. And then Wednesday, tomorrow, we've got King City Library on Broadway Street from 2 to 6 p.m. No appointment is necessary. And we also have the same Salinas, I won't go over this, but the Seaside and Salinas locations are continuing to provide testing at OptumServe, and I just showed you the data for those 2 sites. But we do have new OptumServe testing opportunities coming up. We have Castroville started today, and as I understand from Supervisor Phillips, bright and early in the morning, people were showing up for testing there. So this will have similar times where 4 to 7 p.m. people can walk up and ask to be tested. We are going to also have, that's a walk-up site, supervisors. The other site is a South County site, and we're starting in mid-December, and we're finalizing details in Soledad for that one. That's a drive-up site. And then finally, the traveling team, which I'm looking forward to finalizing plans here, but this is the team that will be able to we'll be able to schedule to visit schools and skilled nursing facilities and go to those locations so that the staff and others don't have to leave their site to get tested. We bring the testing to them, and the state has also approved this team to be used to respond quickly to suspected outbreaks at skilled nursing facilities or schools, so we can change the calendar and redirect this team where we need them. And finally, as far as COVID-19 vaccine, this is what everyone's talking about, because this is going to really facilitate increasing immunity among Monterey County residents. So we have influenza vaccine clinics that are going on now, and we do this every year. So these continue to serve as a practice or preparedness drills for other vaccines, such as the COVID-19 vaccine. And we do this with multiple partners throughout the community. We also have hospitals and clinics that are being encouraged to register with California Department of Public Health to receive disbursements of COVID-19 vaccine. They will have to have an account with the state. They'll have to verify that they meet all the requirements to receive the vaccine and to administer the vaccine and to track who's getting the vaccine. So that's going on right now. And we are also engaged with other partnering agencies to help them prepare for identifying who they would vaccinate, and how they would receive the vaccine, store the vaccine, and administer the vaccine. I'm happy to share that John Greathouse, our your hospital preparedness coordinator for the county, shared with me that all the skilled nursing facilities have signed up for the pharmacy vaccine program, which I'll share with you in just a moment, so that we got that done. And we have, for public health, we've ordered one ultra low temperature freezer for the Pfizer vaccine, and Clinic Services Bureau, your FQHC, has ordered several freezers as well. And we are entering into contracts for dry ice, because that's another way of storing the vaccine. As we speak, the ACIP, which is the guidance advisory, group for the CDC, is voting right now on phase sequence recommendations. On their November 23rd meeting, they proposed that in phase 1, where there's very limited vaccine, phase 1A, healthcare personnel who are exposed directly or indirectly to the COVID virus should be vaccinated first. And they are deciding right now whether or not to include long-term care facility residents in phase 1A. They also are looking at essential workers in phase 1B after this group has been offered the vaccine, and then phase 1C, that's essential workers, and phase 1C, which would be other adults in high-risk medical conditions, and adults 65 years of age or older. So when we're done, I'll try to find out what the federal ACIP has recommended today. California has a similar working group. This is the California Community Vaccine Advisory Committee, and their recommendations were, as of November 30th, they voted their recommendation would be that California offer the following persons vaccine in phase 1A. These are persons exposed to the COVID virus through their work in any role in direct healthcare or long-term care settings. These include non-clinical roles, so those that are bringing food to the patient room, they're cleaning up patient rooms, for example. We have about 2 million Californians who would meet this criteria, and the rationale for offering the vaccine first is because they're needed to sustain healthcare services. And this group also recommended that if the ACIP included residents of skilled long-term care facilities, that California should also make sure that they're offered as well. California estimates about 300 to 400,000 Californians who live and reside in these long-term care facilities. However, they represent 1% of the population, but account for 6% of COVID-19 cases and 34% of deaths, according to California. So that's the rationale. And by giving this vaccine to this group, we can decrease the fatality rates and prevent deaths here in Monterey County and in California. And this is a little bit more about the Centers for Disease Control Prevention Pharmacy Partnership for Long-Term Care Facility Vaccination. CVS and Walgreens have contracted to vaccinate both long-term care staff and their residents, and this is information that was provided today at the ACIP meeting. And they are have agreed to make 3 separate visits to each facility. One for the first visit for the first dose, second visit for second doses and anyone that didn't get the first dose, and then one more visit to get as many people to receive the 2 doses as recommended by the manufacturer and the FDA. And not only have we done a good job getting our SNFs signed up, but according to the ACIP, 99% of skilled nursing facilities in the United States have signed up for the program. So they will be able to receive the vaccine through this pharmacy partnership. And I'm happy to take questions. I'll do my best to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno, for that extremely content-rich presentation. There was so much in there. I know that it's hard to cover so many things, but you do it so well and so quickly. And thank you to Christy as well for helping put together those slides. That new way to interpret data was something that I did I appreciate extremely so, and I hope that we can continue to present those to the community so that they have a different way to absorb the data, and for some folks perhaps that'll help drive the point home. So again, I'm appreciative of that style of presentation and hope that it'll continue. I want to turn and see if we have any questions from board members. I see Supervisor Adams has her hand up, so we'll go to Supervisor Adams first.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Dr. Moreno. I share Supervisor Lopez's comments about the content-rich approach. And I know that people will be wondering, when is it going to be my turn? Or when is it going to be mom's turn, that sort of thing. So could you give us an idea of how the volume will roll out to us here in Monterey County?
Yes, I'll do my best, Supervisor Adams. So in phase 1A, when we're looking at healthcare personnel and probably, there's a good chance, long-term care facility residents, we've been told by the state that we're going to get about 300,000 doses in California. Again, it's a small number maybe as early as 2 to 3 weeks from now. And so I usually just use about 1% as the proportion of Monterey County residents in the state of California. So we're really only going to get about 3,000 cases. But the thing is, those 3,000, doses, if we get around 3,000 doses, we have quite a few healthcare personnel here in Monterey County and quite a few people in skilled nursing facilities. So we're still working on, we have collected some of this data. We'll have to go back, and now that we know about how much we're expecting in California and how much we might get here in Monterey County, we'll go back and look at subgroups of individuals among healthcare personnel and how many long-term care facility residents might get vaccinated either by the pharmacies or by us. So we'll need to get more detail. I wish I had more details. I don't know if that my estimate of 3,000 includes what the pharmacies are going to take to skilled nursing facilities, or whether that's separate because the federal government is working with the pharmacies on that, from my understanding. So I wish I had more answers for you, but you can see that you can imagine how many healthcare professionals we have in California, in Monterey County, and the 3,000 will go quickly. So the state and the CDC or ACIP is also planning, I believe, to release guidance on how we sub-prioritize within each of these groups to identify who we would give, for example, in healthcare personnel, the vaccine first. So to give you, sorry, I'm dragging this out, but there's a lot of information, Supervisor. But basically, if I could make it real quick, I would say it's looking at, for example, which of the healthcare personnel have the highest exposure to COVID virus. So they would be put there at the top of the list within a hospital, for example. And then if there's still not enough to get to that large group, you just look at other ways of prioritizing. For example, among your healthcare providers, who have the most contact with COVID virus, who's over the age of 65, who has chronic medical conditions that put them at greater risk of getting serious illness with COVID-19. So that's what the state of California is probably going to put out. How do you prioritize within these groups? So if you're wondering, so back to your questions, Supervisor Adams, you can see it's going to take a while, limited supply, and lots of people to be at the top of the tiered system. So essential workers would be in phase 1B. That would be sometime next year, I believe. And then we get into adults with high-risk medical conditions and adults 65 years and older. So these are phase 1A, 1B, and 1C. All these individuals would need to be offered the vaccine before we move on to the general population. So I wish I had more information to share with you, Supervisor Adams, but we'll be definitely be sharing it with you as the state rolls out guidance and issues allocation numbers to each of the counties.
Great. So I think the answer in many ways is that we really don't have much of an idea as far as after that initial 3,000, when we would getting more vaccines, and how many there would be at that point.
Yeah,
so
the
that's
best
still just all to be decided.
But what I can share with you is more or less what the folks from the states provided, and that is it would be in the low millions in January at best. So that's still not very much for all of California.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Parker next. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dr. Moreno, for your presentation. Question I have, and by the way, I really appreciate the new slides showing the data with the colorful bars. It's really, we can find that information if we look, but being able to see it at a glance is really, really helpful. Thank you. I had a question. Oh, great. Thank you, Christy Michi, for that too. My question has to do with schools. I know that we got to the point where whatever rate it was that needed to be below 18, we got there and some schools got waivers to open. Now we're, skyrocketing up in terms of transmission rates. Remind me what the protocol is for the schools. It's kind of a delicate balance because we know it's better for students, particularly the younger ones, to be in in-person instruction situations, but this much transmission, it's kind of risky. So do the schools have to close at a certain point? Do we leave it up to them? What are the rules of the road here?
That's a very good question, and it definitely comes up in our conversations with our colleagues in the state. So I was on the ACIP call, and I'm wondering, I couldn't get to other meetings. There were several meetings going at the same time today. I was hoping maybe Elsa or Krista or someone might have an update on what our colleagues of the state might be considering.
Yes, good afternoon, Elsa Jimenez, Health Department. One of the biggest concerns with respect to opening and closing schools is the disruption that it could cause in terms of a child's learning. And so early on, if a school has a waiver approved, and then the county's metrics revert back above the 14 cases per 100,000, the schools would be allowed to remain open again, because we want to avoid this ping pong effect with our children and their learning. At this point, the state hasn't determined whether or not they will consider closing schools, even those that are part of a waiver, as part of any pending changes to kind of help control transmission. But I do know that they are thinking about what's in the best interest of the child and their learning situation. And that's going to probably weigh in heavily in terms of whether or not the state will determine that even those schools with approved waivers, or those schools that have reopened because they were in the red tier or one of the lower tiers, whether or not they have to close instruction to those students.
Thank you. And I imagine that would also be the case for the schools that aren't open more broadly, but have pods of students with special needs of some kind, where they're really trying to make sure they're giving the students more of that personalized instruction.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. At this point, seeing no other hands up, I'm going to take it to the public, see if we have any public input on this presentation. I'm going to ask folks to use a raise hand function at the bottom of your participants tab or bottom of your screen. Looking out, seeing nobody coming forward in room. I see one hand up via the Zoom. I only have an email to go by, so the email is tula@noni.net. We're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I'm sorry about the Zoom problem. I'm Kelly Morgantini from South County and now pro bono attorney for legal services for seniors. And I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to do this and to allow us to be able to look at this information. I wanted to let all of you know that in South County, legal services is still working. COVID has been a huge problem for our seniors, being able to come in and get any kind of in-person help. We are helping people through the phone. And I just wanted to let you know that, and to know that some of the concerns that they have are what you've already addressed. I had a lot of questions, and Dr. Moreno and Mr. Chulos, and you've all actually answered those already. So I do thank you for that. And thank you again. Just want to let you know legal services is here. We are battling legal problems as much as COVID in our cases, as far as the legal advocates and our attorneys go. But thank you again for all of your hard work. And that's what I wanted to say. And again, Kelly Morgantini, I do apologize for not being able to change my name beforehand. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Kelly. And thank you for your photography. It's been one of those bright spots for me through COVID. Helps me see more of the county when I can't actually be out there myself. So I appreciate you and all that you share with the world. All right. Seeing no other public hands up at this point, I'm going to bring it back. I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, your photography is pretty good as well. Good representation of South County in your photos. But I wanted to just ask Dr. Moreno again on the update about the faster turnaround in terms of getting results by our residents who are being tested at these expanded sites. I know we got the Castroville site and we're continuing to do the mobile testing. But the goal from the state, I know this is not something that just a local issue, but statewide, the governor had contracted with an additional testing lab so that we could get results to people quicker, so that if they are sick, they could quarantine and take that more seriously rather than waiting days, as we were seeing in the past, up to 10 or 14 days and exposing other people in the meantime, versus getting the results quicker so that they could, in fact, quarantine knowing that they are, in fact, positive. Do we have I know those changes were implemented perhaps in November, and I don't know if we have the full data, but you were going to try to get a more accurate picture of what is the current response time, and have we actually turned that turnaround time, have we turned that turnaround time more quickly?
Okay, so thanks. I'll probably need Kristen Misha to help out here. Before we go there, just what we have when an individual goes to consult at a healthcare facility and consult with a healthcare provider, and then that provider recommends testing. First of all, that's an excellent opportunity for an individual who think they might have COVID to get a guidance and recommendations from a healthcare provider on staying at home, isolating until they get their test result. And also those healthcare providers, all healthcare providers are now been offered the opportunity to make a referral for alternative housing. They don't have to necessarily come to the health department anymore. They can go ahead and make that referral and get someone in alternative housing while they're waiting for their COVID result. And so, so that's really one of the benefits of people going to a healthcare provider to get tested. What we are working on, though, is and you and Supervisor Parker have brought this up. The sites that don't have a healthcare provider, they're providing guidance when they go testing. That's our OptumServe sites. So we are working on Elsa and I and others in the department are looking at ways that we can make the availability of support services available more promptly to people who are waiting for their test results. So that's something that wasn't in the initial design, but definitely would help get people to understand the importance staying in isolation. So with that, I'll pass on to Christy to see if, because I know that with the transit, there was a transition, or part of a transition from testing, sending specimens from OptumServe locations to Quest or LabCorp, and then moving a lot of that over to PerkinElmer with the goal of decreasing the turnaround time.
Good afternoon. So yes, the testing turnaround time is the time from the takes from a person when a person is swabbed to the time that the laboratory result can process the test, give a result, and provide that back to the medical provider. So, and when we started with the Optum sites, there was a little bit of a, would say rocky start, switching over from Quest to the Optum sites, to the PerkinElmer site down in Valencia. But now, most recently in the last week to 2 weeks, we've been seeing a 2-day turnaround time coming from our Optum sites. So it really has improved just in the last couple of weeks.
So thank you, Christy. So there's different segments of time that occur for a person to get notified that they're positive and to get detailed instruction on how to isolate from us in public health. So that's one important area, and that's the time for the laboratory to turn around. And then once it gets entered in the lab system, Supervisor Alejo, then we go to find that lab in the CalReady system. That's a state reporting system. And we take, usually it's Christy, she'll go in there and she'll find the labs that have been placed in there, and she'll pull them and essentially pull them into our side of the system. And so we acknowledge that they're ours, they're our residents, there are cases, and from there we confirm them and get them sent over to case investigators. So there's also time that occurs there. So when you add it all up, it does take, it still takes days. But Christy and I and Elsa, I've been working with, again, and Krista Henny internally and with outside providers, community organizations to continue to find ways to shorten that period of time. And again, work with our healthcare providers to make sure our healthcare providers from the very beginning are instructing people on the importance of isolation when they have symptoms or think they have COVID-19 until they get a call from us.
Yeah, no, thank you for that update. I think it's an important one, and certainly one for us to continue to work to shorten that time. But we know everyone is human, so you might say isolate, but up until that point where they said no, you are in fact positive, they're a lot more lax in terms of how they're isolating themselves and protecting their household members or other loved ones that they come in contact with, and so that's a critical piece. And if we were frustrated for months on end, for getting the 10 to 14 day wait, and if it's down to 2 or 3 days, that's certainly an improvement. But certainly, as you recognize that we need to continue to find ways to even shorten that as much as possible. It's just going to be one of those key factors that is going to really help us, and not totally deal with the upswing in infection rates, but certainly I think a key piece of it. So hopefully we could continue to get updates on that in the weeks ahead. The only other thing I wanted to raise again was the issue of vaccinations as we are preparing, and a certain number to start are coming to California, and we're only going to get a certain percent of vaccinations in that first round. And I think there's a recognition that certainly healthcare workers and our most vulnerable, our older populations who are at most risk of hospitalizations and death are certainly priority. But I did want to also just raise, as I did with Secretary Gali previously, that there has to also be a recognition of other essential workers who have been also the most impacted and who are also at the highest risk in our county in particular, and that is certainly our agricultural workers. So I know that these decisions will probably be made at a statewide basis, but I want Monterey County to continue to be a voice and advocate for a significant workforce in our county, as we have in the past. And I think Supervisor Lopez brought it up yesterday that the season has wound down this year, but the next one is just around the corner, starting in March or so, when the new influx of thousands of workers are going to be coming back in the corrida and the harvest season to come back and work. And so I just think we just have to, in our planning, to be thoughtful and also plan to hopefully address the needs of this vulnerable workforce that is so critical to Monterey County's agriculture and industry. Thank you.
May I respond to that? Is that all right?
Yes, please.
Yes, Dr. Moreno, go ahead.
Thank you. So I put up the slide here so you can see where essential workers fit into this phased sequence of offering vaccines. So they're in phase 1B. A couple things else, a thought and a couple things to share with you. A thought is that if we should continue to advocate for ag workers being front of the line and essential workers, and for several reasons. One is that the state our state has taken, has emphasized an equity approach, an equity lens for distribution of vaccine to priority groups. And what they point out is yesterday was that among the essential workers, ag workers are predominant, I think over 90 or 95% identify as Latino, Hispanic, many of them born outside of the United States, which is a group that's disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. They're also some of the lowest wage earners compared to other essential workers, which contributes to crowded living conditions because it's hard to afford. That's all they can afford. So there's several. So I'm glad that the state is looking at this, and ag workers seem to be, to me, they appear to be a group that the data shows that they should be. If we need to prioritize the essential workers, there's a good argument for ag workers to be vaccinated first. The last thing I'll just as a thought, and that is if we do want to promote ag workers being first or prioritized in phase 1B, we want that for all of California because ag workers that aren't here but will be here in the spring, this summer, are in other counties in California. So if they can get offered the vaccine while they're still in Fresno or Madera or Yuma or other counties, when they do come here, they will hopefully have some immunity to COVID-19. So that's another thought. Thank you.
I appreciate you making that point, Dr. Moreno. I think it's a wise one, and certainly one with your expertise and our local agricultural expertise that it's important to point that fact that workers migrate from Yuma to the Imperial Valley to the Central Valley to the Central Coast, harvesting these crops. So that's a good point that hopefully Secretary Ghali and the governor will make a determination statewide in order to have the most effective impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Leo. I just want to echo those comments. Obviously, we know that for many people, including my family, our path to get to Monterey County wasn't a straight line. We went all over the country chasing crops before we landed in Watsonville and eventually down to King City. So I think it would behoove us as a county to push for that policy statewide, if not nationwide. With that, I'm going to go to Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, sort of along the lines of this discussion that's been going on, I think I really appreciate that we are, as a county, really looking at the ways to get crucial information and resources to people earlier. In a sense, not necessarily. I mean, shortening the test result waiting period is good, but I think what we heard from Dr. Blum and we heard from the Farm Worker Initiative is we need to have contact, real information and contact and resources available to people even as they are getting tested, because many already have symptoms. So waiting for the test result just means, more opportunity to spread the virus. So I think we're really seeing that and talking about that, making sure that, and I think you touched on this, Dr. Moreno, making sure that medical providers have this information, not just wear your mask, isolate. I mean, that's the basics, but to determine whether people have the ability to isolate in their home. And if they don't, where they can get the resource, have a place where they can quarantine or isolate, where they can be taken care of. The stipend program we just put in, approved on consent today. So if people are concerned that they can't afford to stay home from work, all of those things. So making sure that the medical providers not just in the county clinics, but like we heard from the medical providers from all the hospitals, and they have their clinic networks as well. We need to make sure they know what these resources are, and that they can connect their patients with, with that information, with those resources right away if they need them. And of course, the Optum sites, there's a dearth of information of any kind at the sites. So I'm really glad we're focusing on that. And maybe our medical partners can also make sure that in their organizations that this information is available, and that the doctors know that they can make the referral and really connect people up to resources. So I think that's really hopeful. The other thing that I've heard, and I somewhere offline, but there was a suggestion that we include other congregate living situations, not just skilled nursing facilities, but assisted living and other places where some of these higher risk populations or individuals are, that they also be on some similar protocols of like weekly testing or whatever it is that's required for skilled nursing, just to be able to catch things faster. And then I really liked an idea that I heard, which was looking at deploying nursing students or some of the social work students as people who could maybe be some of those purveyors of information at the Optum sites. Anyway, it's just, we're at the point now where we need to make sure that we've got really coordinated efforts, very prompt. And I think we've got a great network in place. And now we're getting into the refinements, which can help in this surge, but also can prepare us for when the farm workers that come from outside the area get here, whether we're talking vaccine or the continued need to test and isolate and make sure that individuals have what they need to keep themselves and the people around them safe. So I just really appreciate this direction of the conversation and the kind of creativity and thoughtfulness that's coming forward. And then on the messaging question, I understand, I saw a text that there was an article in some newspaper today saying that apparently one of the more compelling types of messages for people to get people's attention and to really bring the severity of this disease home is to have people who have had the disease and who have recovered be spokespeople for taking care of themselves. I know the print media has been doing this off and on, but I just wanted to offer that to us as we're looking at continuing the good messaging we're doing, but then also finding ways to have the message be even more compelling to do that behavior change. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Parker. I just want to echo support of the first comment that you made about the testing sites being a great location to distribute materials, because as we know, as we tell folks when they go to get tested, you might not be positive today, but that doesn't mean that in a week, in a month, you might be. So the opportunity to use that as a teaching point, perhaps that's an opportunity for our messaging committee to put together a packet in concert with our practitioners, partners, and our health department that gets handed to everybody who gets tested, so that they go away with the materials, because while it might not be relevant today, if it's on the counter and it's relevant in a month, they have the materials already in hand. So just want to echo support for that thought and give that support. And with that, I'm going to go to Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Dr. Moreno. Appreciate it. We talked about it earlier, but you were working with us and we were going through yesterday at our meeting the various changes in the outdoor restaurant and how we can reconfigure the tents. And then we walked out of that and then we hear about the governors talking about possibly going to a much more restrictive protocols. Do we know whether that's going to occur? Have any updates on that, or how restrictive do we think the governor's protocols are going to be? And when do we know when we're going to get more information on that?
So I'll start, and then I think there's others from the health department that could weigh in, because we're all taking turns attending as many of these state meetings as we can to keep up to date. But I think some of the issues with more restrictions are, one would be enforcement, and the other would be from a public health perspective, trying to look at, make sure we're using evidence to make these decisions on where we would be more restrictive, and what the intent, how, and then finally, how long would it stay in place? So what would be like the new, what would be the indicators? I'll just use indicators. What would be the indicators that we would follow to show that any additional restrictions were having the impact that we want, which is taking that sharp increase in case rates going up and starting to get it to level off a little bit more. So there's several things that the state has to take into consideration before making that such a move. But we have other folks here from the health department who've been on some of these calls with Dave, who might be able to add a little more than I just did.
This is Elsa Jimenez with the health department. The only thing that I would add is that I think there was a clear message sent on Monday by the governor that if there are going to be changes, they are going to be immediate, meaning that we should expect a message from the governor and or from Secretary Ghali sometime this week regarding any further restrictions that will be implemented. Again, we don't have confirmation of that, but that's our interpretation that the changes are forthcoming this week.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Alejo next.
No, I just wanted to add on to what Supervisor Parker just said in terms of messaging. Just a suggestion to, I think a critical voice at this time is our doctors and nurses that are seeing what's happening in our ICU units and our hospitals as they're increasing or getting short on bed space. And as the governor pointed out yesterday, it's expected in some counties to reach capacity come early, just a few days before Christmas. So I think those voices, I think, are the trusted messengers I think that people will really listen to at this critical time, and certainly want to encourage that because they could explain to the public what is happening right now to their fellow neighbors and residents in our county. The only other thing I would ask for direction, Mr. Chair, is, as we have in the past, is just our advocacy for the priority testing for vaccinations for, priority vaccinations for farm workers. If we could put that in writing and send it to Secretary Ghali and to the governor's office, just so we document our advocacy as we have been the first on many of these issues, including PPE last April. But I think a simple letter could drive that home about what our position is as a Board of Supervisors. And with those points made by Dr. Moreno that it should be done statewide because of the nature of the migratory work by this workforce. Thank you.
I'm not sure if we need a motion for that, but I think that's something perhaps we could direct through Ledge Affairs.
Talking about Mr. Chairman, the last comment by Supervisor Alejo. Yes, that appropriate to come to our legislative team.
Would that need a motion, Mr. Counsel? No, just to route it through the Ledge staff. Okay. All right. So that would take a motion, Supervisor Alejo.
I make a motion that we have our staff send a letter to the governor and Secretary Ghali regarding the priority vaccinations for agricultural workers on a statewide basis. Thank you.
Okay, I'll second that. Oh, I'll go ahead and give it to Supervisor Parker. We have a motion and a second on this particular action. I do want to open it up to the public quickly, since it is a motion that wasn't considered before we took public comment. See if there's any additional public comment on that. All right, seeing no hands going up, I'll bring it back and ask for a roll call vote on that motion.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. Motion carries. So at this point, I just want to take an opportunity to thank our healthcare professionals, our partners who've taken the time out of their busy schedules, and we know they're busy due to the statistics that we're seeing all over the county, to spend time with us, helping to spread the word about what they're seeing in their professional settings. We know that the challenges we face are challenges we face together, and as we move forward, I hope that perhaps we can give direction as a county board that some way of continuing this conversation be created through the health department in order to continue partnering in a stronger fashion as we move forward through this continued struggle that is a pandemic. And we know that we're all hopeful that the vaccine will be an answer, at least a partial answer, to the issues we face as a community. But in light of the continued shared challenges, I think that this is an appropriate time for us to give some direction to staff to look into the opportunity of continuing the conversation in that new sort of forum for us to strengthen our partnerships with our partners. And I want to once again thank them for taking the time today to share their perspectives and their challenges. And I'll open up the floor one more time to my colleagues and see if there's agreement on that direction.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay. So with that, thank you for this presentation. We know it was a long one, but that, again, it was densely rich in great information and unique perspectives. And thank you again, Dr. Blum, Dr. Valadares, and I know that Dr. Radner had to step off. Dr. Gray, thank you for sharing your time with us today. On behalf of our community, we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, with that, we have wrapped item 16, and we're going to head into item 17, which is a presentation from Chris Donnelly on a request from this board from our last meeting. Mr. Donnelly, if you're with us, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Lopez and Supervisors. So just give a little bit of an update. On November 17th, we provided the board with an update in regards to the Small Business Relief Grant with the CARES Act funding. At that time, we had 144 requests totaling $1.38 million. And that was looking at $425,000 what was set aside for the Small Business Relief Grant for funding. And that showed a shortage of about $958,000. A couple of days later, we finalized all of our grants. We ended up with 150 applications, with 135 being eligible for funding. And looking at the shortage of about $878,643. So we're coming to the board requesting the additional funding out of one is the cannabis funding or alternative funding sources to be able to fund those additional grants. And just giving an update right now, we have 38 agreements that are in place with close to $113,000 in payments that will go out this Friday. So we're moving forward with the grant, and we will be looking at spending all of the CARES Act fundings by probably the end of next week with all those grant fundings. So the additional funding that we're looking at would be coming from either the cannabis funding or other assigned funding with the County Board of Supervisors. So the request is to adopt a resolution to authorize the auditor controller to increase the appropriations by $878,643 in the county administrator's offices for fiscal year 2021 and adopt the budget through 021-1050-8478 CAO 0030 for the Monterey County Small Business Relief Program administered by the Monterey County Workforce Development Board, financed by the reallocation of cannabis tax assignment funds or an alternative funding source as a contingency budget, and four-fifths votes is required for this. And there's other parts of the resolutions that we go through.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Just before we jump in, I'm wondering, I know that there were some new programs announced today, $25,000 grant program. I'm just curious, have you heard about what that program might look like, and will you guys be a point on for Monterey County in terms of helping to get information out on that new program?
We could be able to get information out, but I haven't heard much. I've heard that it's up to $25,000 for small business grants. I haven't heard of all the details.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Alejo first.
Thank you. Chris, how are we going to cross-check with other cities that have created created their own small business relief programs. For example, Salinas, that I think put over another $1 million of their CARES funding for a similar purpose. How are we cross-checking so hopefully we're all trying to help as many businesses as we can, rather than having perhaps some businesses go to multiple local governments for similar relief?
So part of the questions on the applications was, did you receive prior financial assistance? And what we're looking at as part of that is that as the application process, we were giving priority for those businesses that did not receive any prior PPP funding. And majority of the fundings that we've been seeing have been coming from the federal government or as SBAs. I haven't seen much from smaller cities. The city of Gonzales, we've seen a couple from, but outside of that, I've not seen the applications from city of Monterey or the city of Salinas. So we are double checking on that in terms of.
Yeah. So the question is, if we're trying to help and be fair, if we don't have I mean, the list isn't very long. If there's like 130 or so businesses that will benefit, it doesn't seem very difficult to cross-check with other cities who have similar programs under the same timeline as ours, to make sure that there's businesses because there might be businesses that they get none, get one, or maybe they might be benefiting from two different grant programs from local. I'm just talking from local cities using their CARE funds. I'm not talking about the previous federal PPE or the loan federal disaster loan program, and I'm not yet talking about the new program announced by the governor, because that won't start till January. But I'm just I don't want to look back and then saying and hearing stories that some benefit businesses got 2 of these grants and others got 0. I just trying to be fair and equitable and trying to help as many businesses as we can by stretching those limited dollars.
Mm-hmm. And that's why we were looking at part of the application, asking if they received additional funding. And that is part of the consideration that we were looking at. If they received other funding, that they'd be moved down on the priority list. Those who have not received any funding from any sources were moved to the top of the priority list. And so we were looking at cross-checking in terms of where they're getting their funding from, if they did receive the PPP funding or from CARES Act fundings from other areas.
Right, but so we're relying on them self-declaring and not doing any cross-check with that kind of a system. And the second is, if you ask them the question, at that point in time where they applied, they haven't got it, but doesn't mean that they didn't apply, for example, to the city of Salinas and to the county of Monterey, and in the end they're going to get two of these grants. So I'm just saying there seems to be an easy way to cross-check and cross-verify rather than just leaving it up to the applicant who may be truthfully answering at the time, but ends up, in the end with double dipping.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Donnelly, for moving very quickly to put this together and, assess people and qualifications and really turning this around so that people could get the support that they need. Just a question about the funding. This is obviously CARES. It's COVID related. It could qualify for CARES Act, more CARES Act funds. What is and I don't know if this is a question for you or for someone in the budget office more, but where are we with the expending the CARES Act money that we allocated? Is there anything that might be available there before we start dipping into the cannabis again, or even contingencies? And then if there is some future CARES Act money to help offset these costs, would there be able to be a reimbursement, sort of like the earlier conversation today about replenishing the either the contingencies or the cannabis fund, if there are other sources of money that come available that are, specific to COVID?
I'd have to leave that up to the budget office for them to, answer your question.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps I can help answer that. My understanding is the CARES Act funding is fully expended or committed. The and I think what Mr. Donnelly didn't hear earlier today probably was the discussion about the TMD contract. Similar to that, if we received another round of CARES Act funding in the very near future, we would return to the board to basically replace this funding that's being allocated today with CARES Act funding or whatever the new version of that would be that might be released by the new administration. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to turn at this point, seeing no other hands up, to public comment on this item. I want to see if we have any public comment on the presentation or the action the board is proposing to take. All right, seeing no hands up, I'm going to bring it back to the board.
I'll make a move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. With that, I'm going to take a 3-minute break. Give me just a second here. I've got something I need to figure out. We'll be right back. We're going to take a 3-minute break.
Uh-oh.
Okay, welcome back. With that, we are reconvened. I have a motion and a second, and we're going to go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. With that, we have finished our business for the day. I'll turn to County Council and see if we have anything to read out from closed session.
Nothing to report today, Chair.
Great. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you all. We will see you next week.